to shift towards more domestic and blended flows. Drawing practical lessons from COP30 and implementation COP, and starting to shape Ethiopia's strategic priorities, national messages, and coordination framework as host of COP32. Advancing alignment across our key sustainable finance instruments, the CRGE facility, updated NDC 3, integrated sustainable finance framework, forthcoming national climate finance strategy, and the National Bank's green taxonomy. So they work together to de-risk projects, lower costs, and unlock larger private and blended capital flows. The program is designed to be practical and result-orientated. Keynote inputs, expert panels, open discussions, networking opportunities, and reflective sessions to capture commitments and next steps. By today afternoon, we aim to leave with endorsed evidence, clearer COP32 priorities, and initial preparation roadmap, harmonizing recommendations, and strengthen partnership that can translate into real financing initiatives. Excellencies, distinguished guests, the challenges, capacity constraints, complex international mechanisms, coordinating gaps are real, but so are our strengths: vast renewable resources, a young and dynamic population, an evolving financial sector, and now the global platform of COP32. The decisions and relationships formed here can help turn ambition into implementation that reaches communities across the country. Before we begin the formal program, it is now my honor to welcome and introduce our distinguished guest of honor who will officially open the summit. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Mansour Dessay to make a speech on behalf of Her Excellency, Ministry of Planning and Development, Fizum Safa, who could not make it today due to the other engagements. Mansour currently serves as Climate Institutional Development Advisor at the Ministry of Planning and Development. He is the lead climate change negotiator for Ethiopia, as well as for the lead developed countries LDCs group and the Africa group of negotiators. Mr. Mansour, the floor is yours. Thank you.
እንደምን አደራችሁ። His Excellency Mr. Moses Vilakati, Commissioner of Agriculture, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development of Africa Union Commission, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delivering this statement on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Fizum Safa, the Minister of Planning and Development, that she actually would like to be here, but due to another engagement, she couldn't make it here. And also on behalf of His Excellency Mr. Siyum Makonnen, State Minister of Planning and Development, in charge of environment, climate change, and population. It is my honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Minister of Planning and Development as a lead for climate change portfolio in Ethiopia, and also representing Ethiopia in international fora as national focal point for UNFCCC and other institutions with regard to climate change, such as GCF, GF, Loss and Damage Fund, Adaptation Fund. Every climate fund is focal point, is represented by Minister of Planning Development as a lead, as a coordinator in that regard. Climate change remains one of the most pressing challenges facing Ethiopia today. From recurrent droughts and flash floods to rising temperatures, heat waves, health impacts, and internal displacements, the effects are real, immediate, and far-reaching. These challenges threaten livelihoods, food security, and sustainable development gains. Cognizant of this reality, Ethiopia has placed the building of a climate resilient green economy as the center of the 10-year development plan, and has advanced its NDCs by submitting the third generation of NDCs as NDC 3.0 in September 2025. Our NDC 3.0 sets an ambitious target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 70.3% by 2035, while clearly identifying priority adaptation interventions. So our NDC is not only about reducing greenhouse gas, but also building resilience and adaptive capacity of our communities, our ecosystems, and etc. The implementation of this commitment requires an estimated USD of 106 billion, nearly 77% of which is expected to be mobilized from the international community. Ethiopia's bold climate actions are well recognized, from the landmark Green Legacy initiative to transformative corridor development programs that enhance resilience from rural areas to urban centers. Our efforts are comprehensive and cross-sectoral. Food systems transformation, including climate-smart wheat production, food self-sufficiency, and food sovereignty initiatives further demonstrates our commitment to sustainable and inclusive development. These actions have also translated into regional and global leadership by hosting the second Africa Climate Summit with the leadership of course, African Union Commission. Ethiopia helped reshaping the narrative of Africa from being perceived solely as a victim of climate change to being recognized as a provider of global climate solutions, while calling for fair and equitable green investment in Africa for global impact. Building on this leadership, Ethiopia has been unanimously selected to host COP32 in 2027, representing Africa on the global stage. Excellencies, such commitment and ambition must be matched with fair, predictable, and enhanced climate finance, along with the strengthened means of implementation. It is against this backdrop that today's Climate Finance Summit provides a timely and critical platform for dialogue to identify practical pathways for mobilizing the scale of finance required and to agree on implementable next steps by all stakeholders in this room and outside, of course. I sincerely hope that today's discussion will inspire strengthened partnerships and concrete actions toward mobilizing climate finance in its support of Ethiopia's ambitious climate agenda and the successful hosting of an impactful COP32. Allow me to express my appreciation and also, of course, on behalf of Ministry of Planning and Development to FSD Ethiopia for organizing this summit and for its close collaboration with the Ministry of Planning and Development in advancing Ethiopia's climate finance agenda. We call upon all partners and stakeholders to deepen collaboration and coordination with the government of Ethiopia in addressing one of the urgent global challenges of our time. Partnering with Ethiopia means contributing to global climate solutions for Africa and for the globe. I wish you a fruitful deliberations and a successful summit. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mansour Dessay, Climate Institutional Development Advisor at the Ministry of Planning and Development, for officially opening this event on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development. And of course, we are very grateful for the Ministry's continued leadership and partnership in advancing Ethiopia's climate finance agenda. Can we give a big round of applause for the Ministry? Thank you so much. And of course, Ms. Hikmet, thank you so much for such a warm welcome. We will now move to our keynote address, and it is my honor to introduce our speaker. His Excellency, Mr. Moses Validate, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Let me give you a short highlight. I'm sure His Excellency has a very impressive background, but allow me to just give you a short highlight. His Excellency Moses Vilakati currently serves as Commissioner at the African Union Commission, where he leads the continent's work on agriculture, rural development, blue economy, and sustainable environmental management. A national of the Kingdom of Eswatini, he brings more than 30 years of experience in development, environmental governance, climate policy, and sustainable tourism. Prior to his election to the African Union Commission in 2025, he served for over a decade as a cabinet minister, leading the ministries of agriculture, tourism, and environmental affairs in Eswatini. During his tenure, he led several major policy initiatives, including agricultural inputs, subsidy programs, expansion of high-value agricultural production in rural areas, strengthening of the dairy sector, and reforms in veterinary, public health, and pesticide regulation. His Excellency has also served as on numerous boards in both executive and non-executive capacities, and continues to play an important role in advancing sustainable development and climate action across Africa. So without further ado, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Moses Vilakati.
I had to rush and come on stage because I wasn't sure what else she was going to add. Excellencies, distinguished guests, leaders from the private sector and financial institutions, our strategic development partners, colleagues and friends, a good morning to you all. I'm not hearing at the back. Good morning. That's how it's supposed to be. It is a great honor to join you today at this important climate finance summit, particularly at such a pivotal moment for Ethiopia, for Africa, and for the global climate agenda. Allow me first to commend FSD Ethiopia and all partners involved in convening this dialogue. Bringing together policymakers, financial institutions, investors, as well as development partners is essential if we are to move climate finance discussions from aspirations to implementation. And that is precisely the challenge that is before us. Across Africa, we are no longer asking whether climate finance is needed. We know it is. The question today is, how do we mobilize climate finance at the scale that is required? And how do we ensure that it translates into real investments that support Africa's development priorities? Africa's climate reality is that it contributes Africa's climate reality is that Africa contributes the least to global emissions, yet remains amongst the most vulnerable to climate change. At the same time, our continent holds some of the world's greatest opportunities for climate conditions and solutions. Africa possesses vast renewable energy potential, significant natural capital, and rapidly growing population of entrepreneurs and innovators. These are not only environmental assets, they are economic opportunities. If mobilized effectively, climate investment in Africa can support energy security. It can also support sustainable industrialization. It can support food systems resilience, as well as long-term economic transformation. However, realizing all of these opportunities requires something very special. And what is that special requirement? It has to be specific, and we have to be specific. it requires capital, and capital at scale. That is what we're about here today. Despite the growing global focus on climate finance, we have a finance gap, and Africa continues to receive only a small share of the global climate investment. In many of our African countries, climate finance flows remain heavily dependent on international public finance and grant-based funding. While concessional finance remains important, it is becoming clearer and clearer that public finance alone cannot and will not meet the scale of investment that is required by Africa. We must therefore unlock at a large scale for domestic financial systems, institutional investors, private capital markets, and blended finance structures. I think I want to repeat that. We need to unlock at a large scale domestic financial systems, institutional investors, private capital markets, and blended finance structures. In short, the challenges before us is mobilizing private capital at scale. So CEO, that is your responsibility. One of the most powerful tools available to us is the development of sustainable capital markets, and around the world, instruments such as green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, climate-focused investment funds, and blended finance vehicles are helping channel that capital towards climate solutions. Africa must fully participate in this transformation. We don't want to be left behind. At AUC, we always say no one should be left behind when we talk about Agenda 2063. And even here on climate, we're saying no one should be left behind. In my previous life, as she articulated very, very well, that is the MC, I had the privilege of supporting initiatives aimed at strengthening green capital market development and sustainable investment frameworks. These experiences reinforced a critical lesson. When the right policy frameworks, financial institutions, and market infrastructure come together, sustainable finance can move rapidly from concept to reality. This is why initiatives like the development of Ethiopia's capital markets and sustainable finance frameworks are so important and dear to my heart. They are not simply technical reforms, they are foundations for mobilizing investment at scale. Congratulations to the Ethiopian Stock Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority for their successful and fruitful work in this regard. Ethiopia stands at a particularly important moment, a leadership moment for Ethiopia. I think let's put our hands together for Ethiopia. As we're all aware, the country is preparing to host COP32 in 2027, which will place Ethiopia and Africa at the center of global climate dialogue. It's a mammoth task. When the Prime Minister said, because my name is Moses, said, Musa, this process must be very successful. So now I'm shivering a bit. But seeing this team here, I'm seeing light at the end of the tunnel. We are going to make it. We are going to make it with Ethiopia. Hosting COP is not only a diplomatic milestone, it is also an opportunity to demonstrate African leadership in climate solutions, to showcase investment opportunities across the continent, and to also strengthen Africa's voice in shaping the future global financial architecture. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has already highlighted key priority areas that Ethiopia intends to advance in the lead up to COP32. One is the inclusion of artificial intelligence. The other one is carbon markets and carbon credits, as well as climate finance, which is what we're about here today. These priorities are particularly relevant for Africa's development pathway. Artificial intelligence has the potential to transform how we monitor climate risks, how we manage natural resources, and improve agricultural productivity. And I think we can do that. While carbon markets and carbon credits mechanisms present an opportunity for African countries to unlock value from their natural assets while incentivizing conservation and sustainable land use. And climate finance, perhaps the most critical pillar, will determine whether these opportunities can be scaled into meaningful investment that support resilience and inclusive development. Together, these priorities point to a future where technology, where environmental stewardship and financial innovation come together to drive sustainable growth for Ethiopia as well as for the whole of Africa. And this therefore brings me to a central point. Climate finance should not be seen only as a response to climate change. It must be understood as one of the most powerful engines for Africa's economic transformation in the decades ahead. I find the theme of this year's summit particularly powerful, from landscape to legacy. That is the theme, from landscape to legacy. Understanding the legacy the landscape is very important, but what truly matters is the legacy that we then leave behind. A legacy of a stronger financial institutions, deeper capital markets, investable climate projects, and meaningful partnerships between governments, investors, as well as development partners. This legacy must be built not through declarations, but through transactions. Let there be transactions. Investments and projects on the ground, they must be tangible. We must be able to say, this is the project that came out of the deliberations that were about. Achieving this will require, therefore, strong collaboration across multiple actors. Governments must continue strengthening policy frameworks and investment environments. Development partners must continue to deploy concessional finance strategically to crowd in the private capital. Financial institutions must develop innovative instruments and structures that mobilize long-term investments. And the private sector must play that central role, not only as investors, but also as innovators and implementers of climate solutions. As we move towards COP32, this is Africa's moment. Africa is an opportunity to showcase itself, to shape the global conversation on climate finance. Our message must therefore be very clear. Africa is not only a continent of climate vulnerability, but Africa is a continent of climate opportunity. But unlocking this opportunity requires a strong financial system which is capable of mobilizing capital at the scale and speed that the moment demands. That is the work that is before us, ladies and gentlemen. And that is why gathering in such a summit is so vital and important. Let me
Thank you very much, our distinguished guests, and once again, a big thanks to His Excellency Moses Vilakati for those insightful reflections and for setting the continental context for today's discussion. So now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving into a presentation. As Ethiopia prepares to host COP32, it is important to understand the progress and plans of the Presidency Secretariat. To present on COP32 Secretariat's progress, achievements, and goals and plans, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ngusu Aklilu, Chief Executive Officer of the COP32 Presidency Secretariat Office. And Dr. Ngusu is actually going to be joining us virtually. In the meantime, allow me to read his short bio. Dr. Ngusu Aklilu is a senior climate and environmental governance leader with over 30 years of experience shaping policy institutions and public discourse across Ethiopia, Africa, and globally. He holds a PhD in global governance and human security and is known for bridging science, policy, civil society, and diplomacy. He previously served as climate change and environment advisor at the UK Department for International Development, led major resilience programs with Farm Africa, and directed the Forum for Environment, Advancing Climate Justice, Forestry Reform, and Green Economy Policy. Internationally, he has worked alongside leaders such as Wangari Maathai and engaged with global platforms, including the United Nations Environment Programme and the African Union. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Ngusu Aklilu.
LDC COP regarding climate change. And what I'm going to present is where we are in terms of hosting the COP32, which is around the corner, as Excellency has rightly pointed out. And Ethiopia has already started preparations for that. And I'm going to give you a brief presentation in terms of where we are institutionally, our institutional architecture, and also how we are planning to take it forward. So I hope the presentation is visible, right? Yeah, so we have a task force, four task forces, which are actually managed by the National Steering Committee, and the National Steering Committee is chaired by His Excellency Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, and we have the President-designate, who is our Foreign Affairs Minister, His Excellency Dr. Gideon Timotheus, and of course the four task forces are led by senior government ministers. Content and policy is being led by Her Excellency Dr. Fitsum Assefa, the Minister of Planning and Development. Media and Communications is led by His Excellency Ambassador Redwan, who is in charge of the National Intelligence Services. Logistics, Infrastructure and Operations is headed by our Cabinet Minister, Her Excellency Alam Sai Paulos. And Resource Mobilization and Partnership Engagement is chaired by His Excellency Ahmed Shida, our Minister of Finance. But apart from that, we do also have the COP32 Secretariat, which is set up under the President-designate, So the 4 task forces have parallel delivery leads in our secretariat, and the secretariat is working very closely with the task forces. So we are having now a dedicated COP32 office space currently under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the institutional structuring is going on. So let me give you a brief update of where we are in terms of the 4 task forces which I just mentioned. The first is infrastructure, logistics and operations. And this is, as you know, this is, they say, hosting a COP is like having a country in a city, building a country in a city. It's quite a humongous and a daunting task. And 23 federal and city and state enterprises and institutions are taking part in this process. And currently, all these institutions are working in tandem to make it happen. And a lot of planning is currently underway. And not only that, we are also currently kind of taking stock of what we have in terms of venues, accommodation, transport, catering, all the logistics that we need, aviation protocol, etc. So we have around 13 subcommittees under this task force, and they are working day and night to make it happen. And the baseline infrastructure and operations mapping is currently happening, and each task force and also each subcommittee has submitted a 100-day plan, and March is going to be the end of the first quarter after the COP secretariat is put in place. So we are moving to the second quarter very soon. And one important thing in this regard is we have to comply with the UNFCCC standards, as you might imagine, which is very stringent. And the whole team is working in tandem to comply with the UNFCCC standards. In terms of next steps, in July, the beginning of July, we are going to receive the UNFCCC fact-finding mission, which is going to see where we are in terms of our preparatory work. And we are working day and night to comply with the UNFCCC standards, and everyone is very busy around that. Media, and in terms of media and communications, we have, during the last 2 months, we have already developed a draft communication strategy, and this will be public in a few weeks or probably months' time to the general public and to all stakeholders. And apart from that, there is a technical capacity assessment that needs to be conducted in terms of all equipment and personnel that we need to make it happen. And this is something that we are working very heavily on. And of course, staffing is another important issue. We are trying to onboard as many people as possible who would help us in the media and communications work. And currently, we have also created a consortium of local PR firms who are going to work with the Media and Communications Task Force. And a couple of international PR firms are, due to lots of political sensitivity around this matter, a couple of PR firms, international PR firms, will be contacted. And currently, we are also engaging with previous COP hosts and other partners to share experiences in terms of how to manage the media and communication matters. And as a way forward, currently, what we are planning to do is perception research will be conducted, and media and communications team will be having a lot of training and capacity building for all that are going to participate in the process. And of course, the media and communications team should also align with other task forces in the COP Secretariat. And we are also currently working very heavily in terms of the green zone planning, where a lot of activities will be taking place apart from the negotiations. Let me take you to the next task force, which is resource mobilization and partnership engagement. And with regard to that, we have deliberately introduced some approaches in terms of how to engage partners and mobilize resources. And these are the 5 major principles that we are going to apply in terms of our partnership engagement. And currently, we are engaging partners as early as possible so that we can have enough time to prepare for implementing this daunting task. And we are also coordinating resource mobilization efforts with our national development priorities. And we are also integrating with other members of the task force in terms of mobilizing resources. In terms of where we are around resource mobilization and partnership engagement, there was a high-level partners forum which was hosted by the Minister of Finance, where we were given a slot to pitch the COP32 preparation. And following that, we partnered with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to hold the first high-level partners dinner reception, where we pitched our vision in terms of preparing the COP32. And this will be followed by more engagements with partners. And apart from that, one-on-one engagements are also going on with bilateral partners, multilateral institutions, philanthropic foundations, and also some potential private financiers. In terms of next steps, we are going to consolidate our task force costing. This is one daunting task that we have at hand. So all task forces are currently working on costing their activities, and this will then be consolidated into one big budget envelope, which will be presented to our potential partners. And we do also have a human resource plan, which is currently being developed. The draft is already finalized, but it's an evolving document, because as we learned from earlier COP hosts, we are amending the human resource document day by day. And of course, apart from that, we are also introducing a standardized vetting framework for our potential partners, so that we can avoid all kinds of sensitive issues when it comes to partnership engagement. As you know, there is a lot of sensitivity in terms of what our partnership engagement should look like, because it's also a climate sensitive engagement. And around 13 years ago, Ethiopia took the initiative to develop the CRG strategy, which was probably one of its first kind in Africa. And I was working for DFID, and we helped the Ethiopian government back then to develop this CRG strategy, and also to set up the first climate finance facility under the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development back then. And since then, Ethiopia has taken the leadership, of course, in the CAHOSC, the Conference of African heads of state on climate change, in terms of engaging with all international actors regarding climate change. And we hope this is another opportunity for Ethiopia to demonstrate once again its leadership, also on behalf of Africa, LDCs, and of course, all global actors who have a stake in this agenda. And we really look forward to receiving the report from this important workshop, and we also look forward to working with you in the future. And we thank you very much for being given this opportunity to present where we are in terms of preparing for the COP32, which will take place in November 27. Thank you very much, and I will probably take a couple of questions before I sneak back into the retreats that we are having. Thank you very much for listening. Otherwise, no pressure. Okay.
It sounds like everything's in hand, the way you present it, but my question is a really simple one. What's keeping you up at night at the moment? And where would you really benefit from sort of partner support? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. The pleasure is mutual. So happy to see you after such a long time. And there is a lot of things which are keeping us awake at night. Of course, this is a daunting task. We have to comply with the UNFCCC standards, which are getting stringent, increasingly stringent year by year. As you might have heard, during the Berlin COP last year, there has been some incidents which makes life difficult for all upcoming hosts of COP. Yeah, of course, Turkey is now hosting it this year, and the pressure is mounting on us in terms of making it an acceptable, a globally acceptable, safe, secure, and also, kind of neutral kind of COP. And of course, as a country that is hosting COP for the first time, we are checking all our facilities, all our personnel, and we are, as much as we see this as a great opportunity to build some legacy in terms of human capabilities, institutions, and a lot of other opportunities, we also recognize the big challenge of hosting COP, and currently we are working on, mapping all our infrastructure, logistics, and operational capabilities. That is a huge challenge, and we are working hard day and night to make it happen. Of course, one big challenge has been Ethiopia has hosted a number of international workshops. One being, the African Union Commission Summit, which is happening almost every year, and we are receiving maybe several 10,000 or more people every year. But that happens just for at most 5 days or a week. This one is going to happen for 3 weeks, and we are going to receive around 80,000 people from all over the place. And Ethiopia having the best airline in Africa, and also
Thank you very much. Any other question? We do have one right around there. Anyone else? Great. We have one more question, Doctor.
Dr. Aklilu, thank you. This is Mark Napier from FSD Africa. Thank you very much for your presentation. It sounds like an absolute nightmare, your job, but I'm sure you're getting a lot of satisfaction from it, and we wish you all the very, very best. So my question is really around the topic of this summit, which is about climate finance in particular, and whether you're giving consideration to sort of changing the character of COPs a little bit more towards emphasizing the private sector finance component, because I think there's I mean, it's great and very necessary that you're consulting with previous COPs, but I think there's also a risk slightly that you become evolutionary, you become incremental rather than sort of necessarily setting a new tone, and I'm particularly talking around the need to emphasize the private sector voice and the private finance voice as well, where the whole donor community is now understanding that this is very, and as the Commissioner Vilakati said as well, we need, let there be transactions is what he said. So how are we going to, I wonder, through COP32 signal that shift towards recognizing the importance of private capital in climate finance? And avoid the risk that we sort of backslide into, an old-fashioned dialogue around loss and damage, and it wasn't the South that created the climate problem, it was the North, and things like that. So I just wondered whether you see that as an opportunity to create a different characteristic around the COP. Thank you.
I think this is a very interesting question. As you rightly said, the public finance opportunities in public finance have been dwindling during the last several years as a result of a number of factors. And of course, private sector financing, private finance is becoming more and more interesting. And it is a bit premature to say a lot of things about where we are, where the position of the presidency would be in this regard. But what I can assure you is it is very interesting, and also it is in the interest of everyone to look into all kinds of opportunities, including private finance. Of course, we do also recognize the constraints with private finance, but this is something that we have to deal with, and we have to really capture as an opportunity. But regarding the policy and also the positions that's going to be taken in terms of mobilizing finances for adaptation, mitigation, or whatever we're going to have, I think private financing is something that we need to go for. Personally, I strongly believe in that, but we have to wait and see how things evolve with the presidency in the months to come.
All right, there is one more question, Doctor. Please stay with us.
Thank you, Dr. Ngusu. This is Ndasho from FSD Ethiopia Consortium. My question is on the engagement mechanism. I have tried to look at the mechanism created in the structure, and I can't see how you are planning to engage the civil society organizations. So what is the mechanism there?
I've been partnering with FSD Ethiopia in different capacities. And one thing I can assure you is Of course, personally, as you know, I have an extensive civil society background, working with Forum for Environment in the past, and we hosted the Ethiopian Civil Society Network on climate change back in the early 2020s. So without civil society, hosting a COP is a nightmare. And we are looking at it at different levels. In the first place, currently we are working with some partners in the African Union and also the UN Economic Commission for Africa to engage with continental civil society organizations in the likes of ACJA, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and a number of other civil society groups. And I think there is going to be a forum in May, a forum on sustainable development, if I'm right. And all civil society organizations will be in Addis in that forum, and we will be happy to engage with them. The presidency is quite delighted to engage with civil society in that regard. And that is at the continental level. But at the global level as well, the presidency is going to take initiatives to engage with civil society organizations at a global level. There are a lot of groupings, civil society groupings, where, for example, the private sector is organized, and also farmers and people with disability, etc. You know, women groups, youth groups, etc. So this is something that the presidency is taking very seriously. At the local level, Ndashau will definitely engage with you. Currently, we have not yet started to reach out to partners, but we'll definitely reach out to you in the near future. I hope the civil society network on climate change is still existing in some format, and we'll engage with you quite soon and also very seriously. So rest assured with that in the show.
And for giving us such a detailed presentation. Thank you so much once again. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next presentation, we do have a distinguished guests among us who would take the stage to share a few words. Our guest is Amanda McLean. I hope I'm saying the name correctly. OBE Development Director at the British Embassy at Addis Ababa. Amanda has served as the UK Development Director for Ethiopia at the British Embassy in Addis Ababa since September 2025. She leads UK's development partnership with Ethiopia, focusing on sustainable development, economic growth, climate action, and resilience. Previously, she was a Minister Counselor for Development at the British Embassy in Jakarta, covering Indonesia and ASEAN, and spent 18 months in Islamabad overseeing the integration of UK's FCO and DFID teams during the COVID-19 pandemic. Earlier in her career, she led DFID offices in Lebanon and Jordan, worked on Middle East humanitarian responses, contributed to G8 summit preparations in the UK Cabinet Office, and served as private secretary to former International Development Secretaries Douglas Alexander and Andrew Mitchell. Amanda holds a degree in English language and literature from the University of Oxford, and in 2019 she was awarded the Order of the British Empire in recognition of her services to humanitarian relief during the Syria crisis. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amanda.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. Salam Nachu, Indid Nachu. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, all protocols observed. It is a pleasure to be here today for the second Climate Finance Summit hosted by FSDE, which the UK is very proud to support. This is an important moment. As we have just heard from Dr. Ngusu, and I'm also very happy to have a DFID alumni in such a prestigious position, this is an important moment as Ethiopia prepares to host COP32, a milestone event for both Africa and for the global climate community, and as we heard, the first time that an LDC has been a COP president. The UK is fully behind Ethiopia's leadership and climate ambitions, and our partnership is built on shared commitment, innovation, and a drive for meaningful progress. Climate finance is at the heart of the UK's agenda in Ethiopia, and so a key focus for me and my team. So I'm really pleased to see the new report on the landscape of climate finance, which is being launched today, especially given some of the very positive results that we see. The report finds that climate finance flows to Ethiopia have gone up by 11% to about $2.3 billion. That is no small feat. But in order to meet the needs, a further fourfold increase is needed by 2030. The UK is committed to advancing climate finance in Ethiopia. Last year, we partnered with GGI to help secure over $60 million from international funds and supported Ethiopia's access to larger green climate fund windows. We're backing Ethiopia's first $250 million GCF project proposal. However, to leverage sufficient climate finance to meet the needs here, as we heard from Mark just now, private finance must play a vital role. The UK is working closely with the Ethiopian government to generate green growth and attract the necessary finance for this. Therefore, we're also fostering innovative mechanisms such as carbon markets, and launching the Carbon Accelerator Fund with FSD Africa, enabling Ethiopian carbon project developers to produce high integrity credits. Through this partnership with FSD Ethiopia, we have supported pioneering work to scope green bonds and other sustainable instruments for Ethiopia's budding capital markets. This has the potential to leverage both domestic and international resources at scale, and direct them towards businesses, projects, and initiatives that drive green growth and climate resilience on the ground. We're backing FSDE over the next 3 years to drive this exciting work forwards. International coordination will be critical. The UK has long been a trusted climate partner in Ethiopia, as we heard, founding and co-chairing the CRGE Forum back in the DFID days, and now we lead the Climate Finance and International Engagement Task Force. We are strengthening donor coordination as COP32 approaches, aligning international efforts for greater collective impact behind the government of Ethiopia's bold vision. Looking ahead, the UK will continue to support Ethiopia's climate goals, including NDC implementation, carbon market readiness, and mobilising new climate finance. COP32 is a historic moment to spotlight climate finance needs and catalyse global action. The UK's Foreign Secretary's recent visit 3 weeks ago reaffirmed our commitment. The UK stands ready to support Ethiopia in its climate journey and work together as equal partners, as COP presidents of the past and of the future. Drawing on our experience in Glasgow in 2021, we look forward to working together to share our knowledge, learning, and expertise on all matters related to COP. We're also eager to collaborate with other former COP presidents to empower Ethiopia to deliver a strong and meaningful COP, and which builds on the success of last year's Africa Climate Summit, which was my first engagement on arrival here in Addis. As we move forward together, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to Ethiopia's climate journey. By harnessing innovation, expanding partnerships, and championing ambitious climate action, we can ensure that Ethiopia's leadership at COP32 inspires meaningful change, not just across Africa, but across the entire world. The UK stands ready to walk this path alongside Ethiopia, fostering a future that is resilient, sustainable, and full of opportunity for generations to come. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for such a powerful remark and for joining us today. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we move to the next session. Our next session is going to be a presentation titled Introduction to COP and Preparing for COP32. And it will be delivered by Edmund Rice Jones, partner and director at Boston Consulting Group. Edmund is a partner at BCG's London office and co-leads BCG's Center for Sustainability Policy and Regulation. He has advised 5 COP presidencies on climate strategy and delivery, and previously served in the British Diplomatic Service, working across climate, development, and governance contexts. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome Edmund Rice Jones.
Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, and a phrase that I've only learned today, all protocols observed, which is a very useful phrase I'm going to remember for future conversations. Thank you so much. I'm afraid I am in a dark suit, Hikmet, but I do have a green tie on to suit your theme. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about, well, look, firstly, just congratulations. I mean, to the government of Ethiopia, but also to all the partners in the room on the opportunity to host COP32. This really is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for a host government to drive forward sustainable development for itself, for its region, for its peers, and for the world as a whole. And what I'm going to talk about today is really 3 things, and I'm going to keep it really practical. Firstly, we're going to briefly introduce the COPs, what they are, how they work, what they've achieved so far. I'll share some reflections on the most recent COP, COP30 in Belém in northern Brazil, and what was achieved. And then we'll turn to give you a little bit of a dare I say, insider's view of what it takes to deliver the COP. And I'm not going to focus on the logistics, I'm going to focus on the substance, the outcomes, the things that actually move climate action forward after the COP has concluded. And overall, I'm aiming to leave each of you with a richer perspective on the road ahead, the next 18 months, 24 months, and a clearer view of how your organizations can participate in making COP32 a great success. And I should also say, it was fantastically heartening to see the CEO's presentation just now on the kind of mobilization that the government of Ethiopia has already got underway. And I can tell you, I've been involved in previous presidencies that I won't name, where 9 months out, some of that thinking had not yet been done. So the fact that we're there now is fantastic. So I'm going to try not to kind of rehash any of that, but move on to complementary themes. So firstly, the COP. So the COP stands for Conference of the Parties. And I know if you look at your LinkedIn feed every COP, you think parties means cocktail parties. What this means is parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and its most important agreement, the Paris Agreement of 2015. And everything that happens at the COP, all of the major outcomes that come out of the COP can be tied back to one of the 4 goals of the Paris Agreement. First, cutting emissions fast enough to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and at least below 2 degrees. And just for context, before Paris, we were on track for 4 degrees, which was catastrophic. Now we're at 2.7, so we've made progress, there's more to go. There's reducing the vulnerability of our communities and our economies to climate change, whether that's heat resilience in cities or resilience to droughts for our agricultural systems. And again, this has already started. We're seeing $200, $300 billion worth of direct damage from extreme weather every year, but the full economic damage is much larger. We estimate that 1/3 of global economic output is at risk between now and 2100 if we stay on our current path versus getting to 2 degrees. Now, if we can't avoid climate change, we can't adapt to climate change, we have to deal with the inevitable consequences, the loss and damage. And there's increasing focus at COP to look at unlocking funding for those kinds of damages. And then lastly, finance. The theme of today, quite rightly, all of those 3 goals depend on unlocking finance at scale. Part of that is around aligning our entire financial systems around climate And part of it is around getting sufficient funding from the global north to the global south. And that's really at the part of the heart of the Paris Agreement, that political deal. So, the COP, huge event. Ethiopia, we've just heard, is expecting 80,000 people. They're there for 2 weeks. You've got negotiators from 200 countries, you've got heads of government, you've got senior leaders from business, civil society, international organizations, you've got the global media, huge. I think one way to just kind of make sense of it in your own minds is keeping in mind 3 tracks. So firstly, we have what's known as the high-level segment. This is basically a summit for government leaders to come together and set political direction to their ministers, to their negotiators, as what is required. What do they need to deliver for that COP? It is a really important first couple of days, most often at the start. Then you've got the formal agenda. So this is almost 200 governments negotiating formal obligations and holding themselves accountable to their prior commitments. Very big tables, very small flags, and to get progress there, you need consensus. And that means you get to a point where people stop objecting. So progress is hard, but it's broad. And then you've got the action agenda. This is increasingly important. This is progress via coalitions. High ambition governments, international organizations, businesses, civil society organizations, working in coalitions on areas that are a high priority for them without needing consensus across the full 200. And really effective presidencies treat these 3 tracks as mutually reinforcing. So I remember when I was in Glasgow for COP26, I think there was little doubt in my mind that the kind of energy that was created in the action agenda, with for the first time a large number of private business and private finance turning up, really helped invigorate negotiations. And so they managed to achieve progress on both tracks. Okay, but what does a COP actually produce? It's very easy to dismiss it as blah, 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 as Greta Thunberg has put it. The point of the COP is international outcomes that drive national progress. And again, just giving you a little bit of a mental model, you can think about 4 types of outcome. Firstly, taking those global goals and translating them into national targets, national pathways, national policy frameworks. So now we have 80% of global emissions aligned to net zero. We also have sector targets like tripling renewables, doubling energy efficiency, phasing out gas cars. So we have those individual targets. Now those targets give faith to the parties that they're moving forward in lockstep together, but they're also a really clear signal to policymakers and a really important market signal to investors. What's the shape and pace of the energy transition? Secondly, unlocking capital at scale. And again, quite rightly, we're going to talk about that a lot today. Part of that can be negotiated outcomes. So agreeing a loss and damage fund, specific money for a specific purpose. Agreeing high-level targets like the 1.3 trillion agreed at COP29 in Baku. But the action agenda can help here too. COP28, they launched Altera, $30 billion fund, partly concessional, partly commercial, to drive climate action in the region and in Africa. And then we've got market mechanisms. We can't rely on concessional capital alone. We need to align markets. I think a key piece here, for example, would be around procurement standards, but also Article 6 carbon trading, which we've just heard is a priority for Ethiopia. And then lastly, trust. Trust is a critical currency at the COP. Trust between the parties. So emissions reporting, which is transparent, is a really important outcome of the COP, but also trust in the private sector. So there's been quite a lot of progress around corporate sustainability reporting to align capital markets, I think Mark was pointing out earlier. Now, of course, the world feels very different in 2026 than it did in 2015 when the Paris Agreement was agreed. In 2015, multilateralism was pretty strong, right? Climate felt like one of several shared global objectives that the international community needed to work upon. Energy prices were low and pretty stable, at least in the global north. You know, debt was manageable, although 2008 hurt. We're now in a really different world. Global tensions are at an all-time high, at least since the Cold War, as we saw over the weekend. We're seeing a fragmentation of the international order. We're seeing huge debt pressures in the global north and global south and shrinking fiscal space. And we're seeing huge amount of energy volatility, which really kicked off actually in the aftermath of COP26 when we had the Ukraine war and has continued since then. We're also beginning to see a real shift in climate leadership. 2015 was founded on EU, US, China, India to degrees, kind of major emitters coming together. Now the US has walked away from the Paris Agreement, and it's China that is actually the leading producer, exporter, and deployer of clean technologies, leading around over 80% of most of the major clean tech value chains. And this is absolutely transforming the geopolitics of the energy transition and the economics of the energy transition. Now you look at the Pakistan in 2024 installed something like the equivalent of 40% of its existing power generation base just with solar PV. Really changing the economics here and what different countries have at stake at the talks. And of course, in the background, climate impacts, they are faster and they're more intense than we even expected in 2015. And the COP has evolved as well. So we have finally moved from rules to implementation, from setting the high-level targets, the mechanisms, the way that countries negotiate and talk to each other, into actually getting on with the policy formulation, the national targets. The relationship, I think, between the global north and the global south is also shifting, finally. So we're moving from top-down imposition of investment frameworks and into more of a partnership and national planning that takes into account climate along with all of the other sustainable development goals of a country. We've seen that in some of the country platforms that have been launched recently. And then lastly, and this is controversial, but it's undeniable, there's a real appetite to move from consensus into coalitions. The action agenda is the obvious place for this, where you're seeing movement, where small coalitions are moving on particular targets and issues. We're also seeing it increasingly into the formal agenda. So at COP30, there was a call for roadmaps to phase out fossil fuels. We couldn't get that agreement over the line for consensus, and the Brazilian presidency has decided to move ahead independently with those that are willing to come with it. And the letter came out from Ambassador Lago last week. Okay. Ooh, my clicker has died. There we go. So just a word or two on COP30. I think COP30 marked many of these evolutions. There's a milestone in many of these evolutions. And there are some core outcomes that I'm going to highlight, not all of them by any means, that I think serves a great foundation for COP32. So firstly, the operationalization of the global goal on adaptation into 59 clear indicators that governments can use to set out their policy frameworks and compare their progress internally and with their peers is a major step forward. And as part of that, there is an expectation that over the next 2 years, it's more than an expectation, it's a mandate, over the next 2 years, that the presidencies will work on translating those indicators into policy frameworks and projects that are funded. Secondly, the action agenda. I remember when I first met Ambassador Lago way back in COP28, he was, I think he'd be okay with me saying, he was pretty skeptical about the action agenda. He was a traditional diplomat. Negotiations was the place. By the time we got to COP30, he and his colleagues in the Brazilian presidency really saw the value of making progress in the action agenda, but in a way which was delivering on the negotiated consensus. So they've created a framework of 5+1 axes that are grounded in the global stocktake that was negotiated at COP28. BCG helped with this. We went through 700 climate initiatives and got rid of about 200, 300 that were nothing more than a website and a long-forgotten pledge. We called them zombie initiatives, but you're left with 400 that are actually really doing something. And those 400 initiatives are now structured into that agenda. We've got mechanisms to track them, and it's a fantastic resource for future presidencies to draw on when they're driving forward their priorities. We've talked about country platforms a little bit. We had 14 new countries agreeing to develop country platforms at COP30, where they're integrating climate into their broader sustainability goals. We had the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, which was a flagship initiative for Brazil. I think two things to note about this. One, it took many months, I think around 2 years, to really set that up so that at the COP they could launch it. Launch it rather than talk about an intention to launch it. Secondly, it was really innovative. So essentially it's like a kind of public-private endowment that produces revenues that can then be directed to pay local actors to avoid deforestation, to do reforestation. So if that works, it could be a fantastic model for other areas. And then lastly, that the 1.3 trillion that was agreed, that was the amount of money that's required in the Global South to drive forward, Global North to Global South is required to drive forward climate action. A roadmap was agreed at COP30 of practically what is required. Now, I'm not going to take you through this whole slide. I know that it's probably small font. What I do want to share with you is it also serves as a really good way of illustrating some of the ways that a COP can drive forward progress in each of these areas, either through negotiated outcomes or simply just by bringing the parties together and being something of a forcing mechanism, because this is the moment you get to announce you've done something real. And so we have seen at COPs over the years, MDPs committing 185 billion of specific funding for low and middle income countries. That was COP29. We've seen the Bridgetown Initiative. I was talking to Cecilia a little bit about the need to address climate debt. But the Bridgetown Initiative really launched at COP26 and then taken forward COP after COP by mere motley, including climate resilient debt clauses. The rechanneling, so this is just one, I think, relatively small example from Canada, but Canada used the COP as an opportunity to convene public and private sources of finance to launch a fund with specific funding to drive climate action. Country platforms we've touched on, and then finally this reshaping agenda. How can we reshape our capital markets so that they are driving climate action? And the work of the ISSB on corporate reporting, again, launched at COP26, but critically taken up again and again in subsequent COPs and other international meetings. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about what the COP is all about, how it can drive forward real progress at the national level. Let's talk a little bit about the presidency. And as I've said, I'm really invigorated by the amount of energy that we just heard from the CEO, the amount of energy in this room and in the capital more broadly. The presidency needs to host everybody, right? So maybe 80,000 people, security, logistics, et cetera, et cetera. They need to preside over negotiations. They need to facilitate that consensus amongst 200 parties. And it is not easy, as you can imagine. I can't facilitate consensus amongst my 2 daughters, right? So amongst 200 parties is really challenging. And then lastly, there is an expectation that they will champion, a presidency will champion climate action, not just at the COP, but in the run-up and during their presidency year. You have an opportunity to be out there in the world flying the flag for climate and sustainable development, and that helps you deliver at the COP itself. And then ultimately, what are you measured on? In the newspapers the morning after, by the parties, by the climate community, months and years later. And I would argue there are 4 key things to think about. One is the Paris Agreement, the political consensus, is fragile. Does your COP leave it stronger than you found it? And I think the fact that COP30 managed to convene 40,000 people, 70 heads of state in Belém, which is not easy to get to, I think is a testament, and they got to a negotiated agreement, is a testament to them leaving the Paris structure stronger than they found them. Fantastic. Making tangible progress on priority global topics. Again, it's a huge agenda. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second. It's huge. And it's really easy to get lost in it or just dismiss it all as blah, blah, blah. At COP26, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was famous for saying, this is all about cars, cash, coal, trees. Now, look, COP26 was about more than that. But that's a really easy thing to remember, and it's a really easy thing to communicate even to the public. Secondly, again, mobilization of public and private capital. At COP28, if any of you were there, they were projecting up on the towers around the venue in Dubai, like totalizer figures of how much money they'd mobilized that was being updated every day. And it created a sense of excitement and frankly, a sense of faith that actually those other agreements that were being made, the money would flow. And then lastly, and this is completely legitimate, hosting a COP takes a significant investment of resource and political capital, and the public and the local business communities and local communities expect that there is something that the host government gets out of it. Now, I think those things should be aligned to sustainable development requirements, to climate action, but it can make a huge difference. COP27, there was real focus on some major project in Egypt that were part of their sustainable development program, getting funding for those through the door. But all of the COP presidencies have had this view. So if that was the scorecard, this is the game plan. In our experience, having supported, well, my personal experience having supported 5 presidencies, BCG has supported 6, starting with COP22. What are the 3 main things that really make the difference for a presidency in terms of actually delivering impact? I think one, and we've heard some of this today, clear, integrated, focused strategy. Something that is communicated across the government and across partners and stakeholders of what you are trying to achieve and why, that integrates those negotiated action agenda, those domestic agendas, and is translated into practical plans, whether that's the comms plan, the diplomatic plan, the logistics plan, it all needs to come together. And again, towards the end of COP28, in the final months, we had a list of 15 must-land outcomes, and that is what senior leaders focused on to deliver. Ruthless prioritization is absolutely core to that. I'm going to talk about that for just 1 second, right? Then robust governance delivery capability. Again, really fantastic to hear the progress that is already being made here to put that governance in place. The UK had a specific ministerial committee that was responsible for driving progress and making sure ministries supported the efforts of the COP. It helped improve domestic ambition for the UK ahead of that crucial conference as well. Both COP26, COP28, COP30 had specialist COP units in place with CEOs, and we're seeing a similar model here in Addis, which is great to see. And you need sufficient expertise. Those COP units, 200, 300 personnel in them, relying on your partners, relying on secondees, training, bringing people together so they can deliver this. Look, every government's been to a COP, right? But you tend to only host one. So you may not have all of the skills that you need. So building that capacity or bringing it in. And then lastly, a defined delivery architecture. It was great to hear the question about how are you going to engage civil society. Doing so early enriches your understanding of what you need to deliver and how you can deliver it. And it gives your partners a clear landing zone of what they need to bring to the COP and how it fits in with your agenda. And one of the pitfalls we've seen, some presidencies spending too long kind of frankly negotiating amongst domestic ministries and not reaching out to the wider world. And the last one is around fully leveraging the runway to COP. Some COPs start, they have 12 months, like COP29 and COP27. Ethiopia does not. It's had 2 years. And there's all those events that you can do between now and then that can make a difference. Okay, so we'll just do one on prioritization and one on runways, and then we'll move on. But just on prioritization, we think we've got a map of something like 70 climate topics, distinct climate topics that we need to make progress on. And we need progress everywhere. And every presidency is being lobbied to do this piece, no this piece, no this piece. And it's understandably tempting to try and do the whole, you don't want to disappoint anyone, you want to get your arms around everything. But actually, as a presidency, we have found that the most effective presidencies do prioritize for what they lead, and this is the critical thing. So you start with, what are your interests? And this sounds self-serving, but it isn't. For Brazil to lead on tropical forests helps other tropical forest countries, right? And frankly, we all rely on tropical forests, okay? So start with your interests, and that helps you, it helps your peers. And frankly, it's also just practical. This is where governments can generate the kind of energy they need to drive things forward. And then, where can you lead? There are things that, you know, I think we've all got an acute interest in cutting methane emissions, but only some countries really have the big levers at their disposal to make a difference on that particular issue. And then broadly what we found is you end up kind of with a 2x2 matrix where you've got some things in that top right corner where you're really going to put in place resource and political capital. Those are the three things you're going to mention when your head of state meets their head of state. Top left, doesn't mean you forget about them, but use your partners. You know, again, sorry, COP26, the big methane summit, the UK was part of that, but it didn't really lead it. It was a US, China, EU thing. But it was a big part of what that COP delivered. But they relied on their partners to do it. Bottom right, look, lead because you've got the capability to do so, but really only when it reinforces something that you're trying to achieve in that top right. And then, sorry, but some things need to be deprioritized. Now that doesn't mean it doesn't happen at the COP. You've got 80,000 people turning up. You've got pavilions, you've got events. Other people will pick up those priorities, but it doesn't need to be the presidency to drive it. That's what we found has really worked. Presidencies often get to this point, but spend a bit of time trying to do everything up front. And then lastly, I'll just leave you with the runway. It's so exciting that we're having these kinds of conversations already this early in the runway. Broadly, we found in the past, I mean, this picture is for COP32. I wouldn't, suggest that, I'm sure the presidency will have their own views about how they want to think about this. But in the past, what we've seen is basically 3 phases. You've got that early engagement phase, but it's also an opportunity to lay the foundation for some core initiatives. This stuff takes time to put in place. We don't need that many more new initiatives, actually. You need to be really targeted. But if you want to do something big and something real, so that when you get to the COP, you're saying, hey, we've done it, rather than, we're going to do it next year, you need to get started now. And TFFF was a great example of that. Then there's a period where you're building momentum and you're going to all those other events between the COP where you pick up the baton to the COP where you're delivering. And you're building out those core initiatives with your partners. And then finally, broadly from New York Climate Week, where there's the shift begins from what happened in New York into your COP. That's that critical run-in to those final 2 weeks. So you arrive at the COP with a really clear landing zone and some real successes to celebrate. I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. I'm looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible today. Don't hesitate to stop me to ask any questions, or more importantly, share with me what you think needs to be done. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Edmund. While we still have you on stage, if anybody has any questions, I would like to give just a few people the opportunity. All right, we do have one in the front. 2 as well. All right, let's get to the questions. In the meantime, if anybody else has any question, make sure to raise your hand and I'll get to you. All right, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, my name is Jogona Ndungu. I'm in the TDB team here. Yeah, this is the second time that the COP has come back to this region. The last time I struggled with it was in Kenya. And the whole issue is that since we have come to this region is still very peculiar. And it's peculiar in so many ways, especially when it comes to climate change. Let me give you an example. The last time I did some work on climate change in sub-Saharan Africa, this region was very peculiar. And we worked with, that time I was reading the African Economic Research Consortium, and we were working with Brookings Institution, Brookings. Now, we were asked, please go back to the data, especially for countries in the Horn of Africa, and find out, since we are talking about global warming at 1.5% in terms of warming, see whether those countries are to the right or to the left of 1.5. Amazingly, we found that all those countries, we looked at historical data, all those countries were to the right of 1.5. What is the implication? The implication is that we're going to have tremendous amount of changes and unpredictable weather changes. For example, I've just come here yesterday morning. I left Nairobi, which has been wet for the last 3 weeks, when it is actually supposed to be actually a very hot season. And I come to Addis Ababa, it is just normal, isn't it? Just look at it. Now, the question is, since this is a peculiar region, and we have brought COP again to this region, what encompassing theme are we going to have specifically for this region? Because this is where we really need to come up with very strong encompassing themes. One of the things that I have come to realize in so many of these sessions is that let's actually come to the conclusion that, or we have come to the conclusion that climate change actions and even sustainability cannot work unless it's profitable. It is not going to work. We have talked about preserving forests, but if they are not profitable, it's not going to work. So the whole issue is what kind of actionable themes and encompassing themes are we going to generate? We need actionable targets which have timelines, and they should be individualized by countries, and they should be proclaimed. And that is where we are going, because essentially if we are not going to get there, then obviously we are not really going to have tangible results. The whole issue of global funding and all that is always going to be there. But the most important thing is, what are we doing in individual countries endogenously? For example, I've seen that you can define forest cover. The World Bank and the UN have agreed in terms of what is a hectare of carbon, what's the price of a hectare of carbon. We have seen AI instruments being used in terms of pricing, and then tokenization has come in, and even tradable tokenization leading to stable coins. This will lead to those forest cover even being measured or even entering in the GDP computation. So it means that it's going to raise the economic activity. Those are actionable areas which can be done endogenously. So that's what I'm looking for. Are we going to have some encompassing themes for this region, and especially for Ethiopia to lead the way in that way? Thank you.
Look, thank you. The kinds of things that I would be excited to see at COP32, I think, are ones that you can tell both an important story about the urgency of addressing this problem for this region, but I think also themes that are around growth opportunities and the role that this region can play for the rest of the world. Now, I would argue agriculture, food systems are ones where you can tell that story, both of those stories. Exactly as you say, the reality is, I mean, that analysis I shared about the third of global GDP at stake, it's everywhere, but it's really bad around the equator and around this part of the world. So there's a huge amount of it at stake. But there's also increasing focus outside this region around things like food security. The UK government released a report a couple of months ago around the risks that it faced in being able to import sufficient food over only the next decade if we cross certain tipping points in certain parts of the world we import food from. So is there an opportunity, for example, to position Africa as a source of resilient agricultural produce that's also sustainable? I think that's the kind of thing where you can bring together multiple stakeholders with an interest in solving multiple parts of the problem, but in a way which is not just about asking for, I mean, frankly, quite rightly, but asking for support with the problem, but also positioning yourselves as part of the solution. There are many others. You mentioned AI. I think huge potential for AI to support in the climate agenda, but I'll resist going down that rabbit hole for the moment. I'd love to talk about it later.
No, yeah, I have just a question related to the time frame that take place these COPs. I know that other COPs like biodiversity, like 2 years. I read that sometime in Belém was discussed the issue of having why having each year all these huge, I mean, things moving around. Okay, we don't say that it's many also criticize the issue that the event itself is polluting. And also the infrastructure realized sometimes is not always green friendly, and we have seen in Belém. So my question is there a particular reason that we have to meet each year, or it could be also more efficient to meet, for instance, each 2 years and leaving more time for the implementation, because many indicators is not meaningful to assess each year. So this could be cost effective and also more efficient, perhaps.
Yeah, it's good. So just for the rest of the audience, there are two other major conventions. One is on biodiversity and one is on desertification. Increasingly, you're absolutely right. These three problems need to be solved together. And so I think I would focus less on the efficiency of the COP. I personally, of course, we need to make sure these COPs are sustainable and efficient, but this is a small investment to make on this century's biggest challenge, I would argue. So, but I do think bringing those two more closely together so that we can get better solutions out of them, I think that's where we should focus. And as you say in Belém, there was some discussion around more closely integrating the way that they are driven forward. I haven't heard whether there's a need to necessarily host them together. There's a risk that biodiversity drops out of the agenda a little bit too much because it loses its space. But I think your direction of travel, I think, is absolutely right. We need to be talking about these challenges in an integrated way on the planetary side, just as much as we have an integrated conversation on the economic and commercial side. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edmund. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you. And of course, that's okay. If anybody else has any questions, Edmund is going to be joining us on the next panel discussion, so make sure you save your questions for then. So with that, I will be introducing our moderator and the topic for the next panel discussion. Transitioning to the panel discussion, the title is going to be Positioning Ethiopia and Africa to Mobilize Climate Finance Ahead of COP32. And to moderate this session, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Mark Napier, Chief Executive Officer of FSD Africa. Mr. Mark Napier is the CEO of FSD Africa and has more than 20 years of experience in financial sector development across Africa. He began his career in investment banking in the City of London before moving into development finance. He previously served as CEO of Finmark Trust and later worked with CDC, now British International Investment, the UK's development finance institution. In 2012, he established FSD Africa, where he has led major initiatives in capital markets, financial innovation, and investment mobilization across the continent. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel discussion, please welcome Mr. Mark Napier. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, just as a note, between our panel discussion and while our panel discussion is going to be taking place, we will be displaying a QR code where you can scan, and in the QR code you will find a form where you can forward your questions for our panelists and for our moderator as well. So make sure you scan the QR code when it does pop up and forward your questions. Have a great time.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining this this event. I just before I introduce I think we're running a little bit behind time, aren't we? So, like 1 hour. So I'm going to try and use this session to give you some time back. Won't be that much time, but I'll do my best. But just a few brief comments from me before I introduce the panelists. Firstly, thank you to Edmund for that very interesting presentation. I think I learned a lot. I think we probably all learn a lot. There's a lot of language around the COP that we all sort of nod and say, yes, I kind of understand that, but only we don't really. And so it's helpful to have that kind of framing. Professor Ndungu's comments really made me think also about incentives. You know, surely we need to get to the point where these COPs reveal and work with people's real incentives, because I think there is a sort of weariness that comes with lots and lots of conferences that don't appear to deliver as much as they promise. And I really liked your slide, which I think was beginning to argue that actually in COPs, you know, if you look back at the COPs, there have been some very tangible, very specific deliverables or deliveries of you know, outcomes that have been really very impactful. But I think we can still also agree that if you compare those very specific successes and deliverables to what was being promised and what was being hoped for, you know, it's a very big imbalance. And so how do you sustain the morale around COP is a really critical thing. And I just feel we're moving into an era much more around, I mean, let's call it enlightened self-interest, really. It's, you know, enlightened self-interest. Let's remember that, you know, it's now been 6 years when renewable energy has been cheaper to produce than fossil fuel energy. 6 years. We're in a market-driven transformation which is extraordinary, and Ed spoke about this Pakistan moment where it just doesn't make any sense for small players, individuals, companies to not look at renewable energy because it is going to be cheaper for you. And as the professor was saying, you know, we need to think about the profit motive here. That is probably what is going to sustain climate action into the future. We care about climate, but is that really going to drive enough people enough of the time? Actually, the market needs to take over. And I think for countries, you know, it's easy to say that investing green is investing smartly. Well, we do need to look at the money behind all of that, the actual cost of not doing it, and make those arguments a lot more compellingly than we have. Just again to bring the conference back to the core discussion, and there's going to be more detailed discussions on finance this afternoon, so I won't belabor this. But you know, Ethiopia is at a very interesting moment. I really liked what the Commissioner was saying today. You know, we do have this infrastructure now in terms of the stock exchange, the new capital market setup, which is extraordinarily promising in terms of an opportunity to mobilize particularly private capital. And also not forgetting that outside the financial sector, there's also been some very progressive regulatory reforms in this country as well. So Ethiopia is in a very privileged position to be able to demonstrate actual leadership around climate action, which other countries will be able to emulate. So I think I would just say that we need to constantly focus on the tangible deliverables here, and I think what the Commissioner was saying about, you know, let there be transactions, let that be the takeaway comment from this conference. Let there be transactions, and you know, policies and regulations and the deepening work that we do in financial markets and causing financial markets to be more responsive. At the end of the day, that's all well and good, but you still need to see those transactions. And that requires a lot of heavy lifting. But there are people like us and our colleagues at FSD Ethiopia and many others who stand very, very ready to lend their technical support and their balance sheets and their ideas to getting those transactions to happen. It's where we need to move at speed. And we're certainly, as FSD Africa, very much behind all of that. So with that, I'm going to invite my panelists to the stage. Edmund, I think you can come up, but I think you need no further introduction, if you don't mind. So that's all good. I am going to then invite, next, I'm going to invite, I'm very bad on technology here. Let me just go there. Right, I'm going to invite Dr. Nina Histon. Dr. Nina Histon-Wright. Thank you, Nina. So Nina leads on climate and nature for the UK government and Ethiopia, particularly focused on carbon markets, where we've engaged with you. Thank you very much for the partnership. And she's been long involved in natural resource management. She has a PhD, congratulations on that, which I don't, and that's fantastic. Thank you, Nina. And then Daniel Ogbanaya, who is the country lead for the GGGI, the Global Green Growth Initiative in Ethiopia. Again, long standing career in green finance, in climate, experience of Rwanda and other parts of Africa. So thank you very much to Daniel. So let me now join the panelists. Can I ask you all perhaps to start with a sort of broader question about sort of what is top of your minds? A question for all of you. What is top of your minds when you're thinking about COP? And this could be, you know, what are the big themes? Maybe these are ideas for the COP presidency here. What should they be particularly focusing on in terms of themes? It might be around how we ensure Africa is properly represented in the COP discussions here, or it might be around private sector. But what are the sort of big things that you're hopeful for around COP? Perhaps, Daniel, you could start with that.
Thanks a lot, Mark, and thanks FSD Ethiopia and FSD Africa for inviting us. I think the COP process has been one that has a lot of debate about whether it's necessary, and I love the idea and the presentation done by Edmund. I do remember vividly back in 2011 at COP17 in Durban when Ethiopia presented the CRG vision and strategy, you know, and I'm glad that the current CEO of the COP32 Secretariat happened to work with us, GGGI, together with partners like the government of Korea and the government of UK. One thing that I've seen from the broader picture is that getting people together to dialogue, to discuss about their well-being is something that we shouldn't take for granted. A lot of times, decisions are made by a few individuals, either in boardrooms, either in places where the general public is not represented. But the COP has been one of those platforms where you see from the Annex 1, Annex 2 parties that there is a huge number of participants who are coming together to deliberate, you know, going overnight about the well-being of the earth and the people that live in it. I don't personally take that for granted. And there has been a lot of results that have come out of it. Is it perfect? Of course, not perfect. But it's one of those processes that when you look back, you will see that most of what is happening today in the climate action evolved from the COP processes. And just to go direct to one of the areas I would be really glad that it will push through in the coming decade is now that we are moving from just setting targets and goals to implementation, what would that look like for Africa? Would Africa be in a position to not only talk about the fact that it is a continent that is emitting low, but a continent that has solutions for the COP process? And how do we come up with actions and solutions that shows that implementation is real? That, to me, is a bigger picture, and I think Ethiopia stands a huge chance to demonstrate that again, just like it did back in 2011.
Fantastic. So you're celebrating the continuity and the coalition, maintaining this coalition and the importance of coming together, but you're also looking for evidence of tangible progress and opportunity for Africa itself. Nina, how about you? Same question.
Yes, thank you. So when it comes to COP32, I think, again, this was already said, we all feel this is a fantastic opportunity for Ethiopia. And I think overall in the COP process, we really need to move towards action. And that is really on top of my mind. What action can we deliver, and how can we help the COP presidency really to drive that action? For my day job, I'm very focused on climate finance and unlocking climate finance, particularly here in the Ethiopian context, and there particularly on carbon markets. You already mentioned our partnership. And so I think for this COP here in Ethiopia, because I work so closely with the Ethiopian government, they're also here in the room, on carbon markets, I think this is really going to be one of the big interests, I'm guessing, of the Ethiopian government, and to drive this forward. And you mentioned just now, it is important to pick an agenda that also serves your national interest. And so that is really on top of my mind. How can Ethiopia leverage this massive opportunity on the one hand, financially unlocking private finance for climate in Ethiopia via carbon credits, making sure that the regulation, the legal framework really enhances investment opportunities, and using the spotlight from COP32 to advance their own agenda. Thank you.
Brilliant. And I mean, just to come back to, again, what the Prof was saying earlier on tokenization, I think, I mean, we haven't spoken about AI because I think it's too big and too complicated probably to have but it is capable, I think, of advancing this agenda enormously rapidly. But I do also want to say, you know, from an investment point of view, the opportunity around in tokenization and digital assets and blockchain and stablecoin and all those things for job creation and investment around climate, I think could be really enormous, and I think we shouldn't forget that. Ed, though, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on that point, actually, I think sometimes we talk about the kind of the leapfrog opportunity in Africa on some of these technologies. So the classic example is you jump straight to mobile phones rather than building out a physical phone network. I think we're seeing countries actually jumping straight to distributed renewable rather than building out, you know, not always having to build out large transmission networks. I think AI is potentially another angle where you have an opportunity to jump to what is the, you know, most efficient, most digitally native way of solving some of these problems. I think very specifically on adaptation, that's the one that I'm particularly excited about at COP32, because it's taken a long time to get from a quite vaguely worded global goal on adaptation into something which is measurable and therefore investable. Translating that into policy and regulatory frameworks and you know, capital market structures that actually enable funding of specific projects, I think would be a great step forward, particularly if we could point at some where it was private sector funding. Some of these things are investable from a private sector perspective, because, you know, if you invest in irrigation, it makes you more resilient. It also improves your productivity in the shorter term. So being able to make progress on that as a kind of lighthouse and showing that it's possible and that we're moving adaptation out of this kind of backup plan, purely concessional finance space, that would be really exciting to see.
Thank you. So I'd like to just get a little bit political, if I may, Nina and Daniel, and just talk about the headwinds. So in Ed's slides, and it's always so reassuring to see slides that are sort of, you know, it's like a vision of the world that's an ideal state, isn't it, a little bit, but we know we're operating in a very complicated setup at the moment. And it's not just the US, right? So, okay, so the US is causing a lot of turmoil around climate, but many countries are backsliding on climate commitments because it's hard and it's expensive. The transition is very expensive. Many companies are also backsliding on climate commitments. So, and here we are, in 2 years' time, is that trend going to be even harder to address? And you know, by the time we get to COP32, but talk a little bit about that. And I wonder if there are ways that, I don't know, how will Ethiopia handle this much more complicated environment where multilateralism is very much at threat?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we all agree in our observation that there has been a shift, right? I mean, we're not at Paris anymore when we look at global commitments by countries, but also by companies. I am still remaining optimistic, and that links to a couple of facts. So one, you already mentioned energy transition, right, and energy prices. So we have seen that in kind of maybe non-traditional, non-Western countries such as Pakistan, but also here on the African continent, solar and renewables have been massively on the rise. And you mentioned that as well. So I think, you know, because there is a business case for that, right? It is cheaper. And I think number one, that is totally important for the future of the energy transition and to bring emissions down. Number two, as I mentioned, I work on carbon markets. Carbon markets have been really volatile, but I think recently we really see a revamp of carbon markets, especially also under Article 6. And so that also gives me hope that actually there are a lot of quote-unquote non-traditional actors in this space now that traditionally were not the ones, the flag bearers of, you know, climate action, but they are now actually coming on board, and maybe they're a bit less visible. I also know, you know, when we look at bigger companies, we all have familiar with the term greenwashing. That is a phenomenon. But also I think there's maybe just, we haven't paid so much attention yet because the scale maybe is not quite the same as it was when we look at these non-traditional actors. But I would hope that that actually gives a more broad foundation for climate action, and that hopefully means in the future is more solid, rather than just having sort of some few big emitters. Of course, in terms of scale, they're not reaching the scale yet. And lastly, let me just add this. Things are volatile, you know, and therefore, at the moment, yes, we see this downturn, but, you know, in 5 years' time, we might see it up again. So I wouldn't yet say that this is now the end of the climate agenda. Thanks.
Yes, just to continue from where Dr. Nina stopped, I do know that the challenges will be there, you know, based on the shift that we're experiencing. And these shifts are basically more with state actors, but we should focus on the opportunities that comes with this shift. You know, take for example, we talked in the morning, what are the roles of civil society organizations? Could it be an opportunity for civil society organizations to move from not just advocacy to showcasing what they are doing on the ground, thereby getting more traction when it comes to implementation? Take, for example, private sector actors already know that when it comes to climate action, it's no longer about fancy greening, it's about survival. How do you ensure that your raw material that are, you know, enshrined on maybe natural resource management or climatic impacts are really grounded, where you could do your budgets, where you could do your scenarios of forecasting for you to survive. So it's no longer a question of whether this shift will make people drop the baton, but it will be maybe at the state level where more of state interest is at the core. There might be a delay, but at the non-traditional actors' focus, there will be a continuation of the battle, baton being moved forward. And I think that's why we're here today, to say who is doing what. You know, when you go online and now Google how many funding that are popping up after the withdrawal of some states in terms of their ODAs and climate finance support, you'll be so amazed by the number of small, medium institutions that are providing funding. That was not there before. So the opportunities, to me, creates that trajectory that the baton or the relay continues, because if we drop the baton, then it will be difficult to catch up, and we are talking about people's livelihoods.
Yeah, so that's, in a way, you're saying something quite similar to Nino. So it's this idea of a momentum that it's very hard to reverse. It just may be that it's a momentum that's taking place in different channels. And you were talking, Nina, about a broader range of actors there. And yeah, I mean, I had the fortune to go to the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week and recently, and which is like a sort of conference here, a small conference, pretty big conference, with a gigantic trade fair on the side. And if there were 50 companies, maybe 100, 150 companies of doing all sorts of different, and these were private companies, mostly Chinese, some Indian, very few European, just doing any number of different kinds of panels or batteries or whatever, competing. This is real business for people. And that's not going to change. So I wonder, Ed, can you just talk a little bit about this momentum? And because I think that's really important for COP32 in Ethiopia, isn't it? You need to grab that momentum and run with it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think by the time I get to the end of most days, I think, oh my God, we're not on track. We're supposed to be accelerating, and we're not. But the reality is, I think we spend too much time sometimes thinking about how are we going to get to net zero, right? How are we going to manage to do all of this? I think we spend a bit more time saying, what do we need to do in the next 10 years? And when you shift to that perspective, actually a lot of what we need to do in the next 10 years is in the money. And when we talk to our private clients, we focus on where can you cut costs and carbon together? Where is there a growth opportunity for your business? And where do you need to do this to survive? Because you need to protect your supply chain, protect your operations, protect your markets. And so I think if we increasingly, the COPs can focus on the next step, the next piece in the puzzle, the next decade, what do we do now? And we just keep making progress, and a little bit less existential, oh my gosh, how are we ever going to get to where we're supposed to by 2050? I think then we have the momentum. We need the momentum now, not worry too much about the momentum 3 decades from now, I would argue.
Well, so maybe Nina, you could say, so it's going to be a less sort of ideological form of climate action in the future. I mean, I wonder where you sit on that. So, I mean, there is a school of thought that says it has to be ideological, and actually it has to be multilateral because it's the whole world that we're talking about. But maybe we're not, and it is going to be much more pragmatic in the future and market-based. And so climate finance really needs to be looked, or climate action needs to be about innovation and the kind of financing innovation that it can spur. I don't know, what do you think about that? I mean, would there be a little bit of regret there?
No, well, I'm laughing because you used the word ideological, and you know, my background is in science, and so I would hope I'm less ideological and more looking at the facts. You know, climate change means a number of particles in the atmosphere that needs to be brought down, and that is ultimately the measurement. Are we successful? Are we not successful? And I am quite a pragmatist when it comes to solutions. You know, how do you get there? Well, probably there are multiple solutions to this, and we probably need to harness all of those. And yeah, personally, I'm a bit less worried about the ideology. I'm also a political scientist by background, so I also know that you need to bring people along, and I can definitely see that in the past, when you only ask scientists to get from A to B, they give you a very, you know, factual solution, but that often forgets about people. And I think that is something we mustn't forget about. And so I would fully agree that the 2050 target, while it's an important target, it's maybe more important that we do bring people along, and sometimes maybe that means we have to delay, but it's kind of losing the battle and not losing the war, so to speak. So hopefully that gives you somewhat an answer of
And thank you for calling out. It's not about ideology, all right. It's more about the rules. And I think you had an interesting slide. Is the rules have moved from rules-based compliance into something that looks much more like coalitions and partnerships. Daniel, do you want to say anything quickly on this issue?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'll use as an example is, you know, we are a member state-based organization, and most times when you look at the rules or the policies, you're being told by government, if you can show us what green growth looks like in practice, we'll be able to run more faster, you know, push the policies and make the people, you know, follow through. So we talk about ambition. How do you raise ambition? So if they are mostly abstract, without you focusing on something that could point a finger to what climate action looks like, then it becomes more rhetorics. So from our work, we've seen that we can move more faster when there are tangible results on the ground, whether it be mobilizing more finance or building a resilient project that, you know, caters to livelihoods.
Stay with the mic, and let's move on to COP32 and what your organization is going to bring to 32. You don't have to be specific about the plans, but what have you done in the past that has worked? I mean, you're a facilitator, GGGI, aren't you?
Right. I will look at it from the two agenda actions, you know, the formal agendas and also the action agenda. In the formal agenda, from the global perspective, what we've been doing with our member states is to support them in the negotiations, but also, most importantly, the LDC groups, we've been providing support in the last decade, but there has been a lot more.
What kind of support? Helping
to facilitate the technical aspect of the rules or the stance of each member state, but most importantly, making sure that everybody's on the same page. And on the action agenda, that's where we've had a lot of convening power, where we come with like-minded institutions to come up with whatever is on top of the agenda, be it climate finance, and in these past years on carbon markets, and also there have been a lot of emphasis on how do countries ensure that while they develop their NDC 3.0, that they are more ambitious. So there has been a lot of work that we've been doing with our member states, especially on the action agendas.
Brilliant. Nina, what about you, FCDO?
Yeah, I'm just going to make this brief in the interest of time. So the UK government is very much aligned in our interests with the Ethiopian government. So we're really looking forward to support the Ethiopian presidency, predominantly through knowledge sharing from our COP26 experience, obviously on carbon markets, and then more broadly, the UK is always one of the, for us, a COP is a very big event. We're very much, climate is still one of our key policy priorities. So, we will cover the full spectrum in terms of driving the formal negotiations, delivering on the action agenda as well. So count on us, yeah, we'll be there.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for BCG, so we work with business, we work with government, we work with civil society, right? And the COP is a great opportunity to bring those three groups together. And over the years, we've done some things that I'm quite proud of around public-private partnerships, public-private initiatives at the COP. So the First Movers Coalition, for example, which creates demand for decarbonized products, which enables capital to move in to fund the production of those materials, or the action agenda on regenerative landscapes that we launched at COP28, which is around bringing major food companies together to invest in regenerative agriculture in specific landscapes. So, that's the kind of thing we really like bringing to the COP, aside from any support we may be bringing to individual clients or to the presidency. So I suspect food and water will be high on our agenda there. AI as ever. Yeah, thanks.
Brilliant. There are a couple of questions that have come through from the ether. Nina, one for you, which is about forestry, and it's a question from the church group. So Ethiopian Orthodox Church forests are globally recognized examples of community-led ecosystem conservation and climate adaptation. How can climate finance mechanisms better support such faith-led, nature-based solutions across Africa as we prepare for COP32?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So people who know me know I'm a big proponent of church forests here in Ethiopia and a big fan. And I would hope that, like other project developers, also faith-led groups can hopefully also tap into opportunities around carbon markets and hopefully also opportunities around public climate finance that can support those mechanisms better. I think it's a really great initiative and very unique initiative to Ethiopia. So.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask you the first question. You don't have to answer specifically the question about, is it a climate cult that we're in? But I mean, what I want to ask you, Ed, coming back to the whole thing about transactions and capital, right? So the one thing the US at the moment does understand is transactions, right? So is that a way, do you think, if we can be much more compelling around capital flows and transactions and vehicles and things like that, is there a way that we can bring the US back into a kind of climate action or climate agenda that is, we don't have to talk about climate so much, but we can still deliver on those goals through the financing?
I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in practice in terms of transactions in the US during the Trump administration. They are looking to massively expand their power generation capacity and transmission and distribution capacity to feed AI, about 40% of it, but also just electrification of the rest of the economy. Solar batteries are very cheap ways of delivering that, and we are continuing to see deployment because the economics and the commercials dictate that is the fastest way forward, along with other things, including some quite interesting new stuff like geothermal, which is also low carbon, zero carbon. So I think it's a great example of how the economics, in some areas, you can't get to net zero on that alone, but you can make progress over the next 10 years. I think maybe a quick word on the kind of, this is a way of weakening your industrial base, which is a criticism in Europe. It's the debate in Europe at the moment. If you're in Europe at the moment, you do not want to stay reliant on Russian gas, right? It is making your energy prices very high. So the energy trilemma of decarbonization, of energy affordability, of energy security, from a European perspective, is solved by renewables and grid expansion. It is a way, if you can get enough capital flowing to get it's a capital intensive transition, but once you can get that done, it's the same in the UK, that is the path forward here for that continent.
We don't really want to rely on Qatari gas at the moment, do we? I know, particularly. Daniel, there's a very intelligent question here, which you may or may not want to, which is about the legal sector. This is a kind of interesting one, which is lawyers have been compliance people in the past, but what can the legal profession do to kind of drive climate action rather than sort of constrain it?
Yeah, I'll use a typical example of what we are currently doing within our, what we call the carbon pricing unit or the facility, where we set up a platform for both buyers and sellers, mostly our member states, and within the capacity building and setting up of the organizational framework or institutional framework at the country level for Article 6, lawyers play a very instrumental role where they are trained on how to learn how to negotiate, how to understand the carbon market, and that to me is something that has gone beyond the knowing the rule-based aspect of climate action to actually being in it. So there have been great results that we've had in places like Morocco, Senegal, and recently in Zambia, where these countries are utilizing their local capacity within the legal community to understand more beyond the UNFCCC negotiations to actually make deals. So that to me is a good example to answering that question.
And I think my colleague Cecilia would probably also agree, organizations like, was it the Africa Legal Support Facility, when you're dealing in complex negotiations around sovereign debt or debt for nature swaps, also this requires a lot of heft, intellectual heft, isn't it, that countries need, and countries need the negotiation credibility.
That's another example where we've had quite a good success in Latin America, where there has been some debt for climate swaps, which is a large, transaction that have huge network of stakeholders. But the legal experts are at the center of this too, and what we do is to also work with our member states to ensure that the legal experts understand what it means for them, especially looking at the fine prints, because these transactions could be really complex and it takes time to understand the nuances.
I'm sure you'd agree, carbon markets there's a lot of fine print in carbon market regulation. I think we need to kind of wrap up. Are there any just quick closing thoughts? Anything you particularly wanted to say that you didn't manage to get in?
I've had too much stage time. One point on the lawyers, as a former recovering lawyer, it's actually quite a nice place for AI to play a role. We've got 700,000 pages of climate legislation globally. Making sense of that from an individual company perspective, huge opportunities to use AI there for permitting, for consultation, all these areas. We can just do all this stuff faster, spend less time on the paperwork, more time on the projects. Thanks.
Very good. Nina, any final 2-minute questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I think I want to leave with a bit of optimism. The fact that we here, particularly as almost a finance community, are so interested now in climate change. I mean, 20 years ago that wouldn't really have been the case. So I do see progress, and I think it is still moving in the right direction. And just because there are bumps in the road, we should not get disillusioned, and we should just keep doing what we're doing, because I think we're doing it well. Thanks.
Fantastic. Daniel.
Yeah, for Ethiopia hosting the COP32, it's a great opportunity to showcase again leadership on climate action. And with the work we're already doing with the government in the different task forces, we do know that there is a huge opportunity to show not only Ethiopia's leadership on climate, but also Africa's. So there is a lot of expectation and work ahead.
Brilliant. Okay, so there's lots of optimism here. around the role of private finance, around Ethiopia and the way it's already started to prepare for this very complex event, around the opportunities in the region for genuine climate action. There was a question on FSD Africa and what do we come up against in terms of climate finance and so on. We'll talk about that this afternoon because there's a whole finance session there. But for me, thank you very much to the panelists. Please could we give them a warm round of applause for those excellent remarks. Thank you.
And presentations as well, so we do invite you ahead of time to stay with us until the end of the program. Wonderful, thank you so much. በደንብ ሞቅ አድርገን እናጨብጭብላቸው እንጂ ካጨበጨብን የማይቀር እናመሰግናለን። All right. Now we're going to move into our next session, which is going to be a presentation followed by a fireside chat. The presentation is titled Ethiopia's Existing Strategies and Frameworks, and it will be delivered by Dr. Dawit Wubishet, Senior Environmental Economist at the World Bank. Dr. Dawit Wubishet is a Senior Natural Resources and Environmental Economist with over 10 years of experience in climate economics, ecosystem service valuation, natural capital accounting, water resource management, and landscape restoration. He collaborates closely with the Ethiopian government on resilient development strategies, climate policy, and natural capital accounting. Dr. Dawit has published extensively in international journals, including Journal of Hydrology, Ecosystem Services, and Forest Policy and Economics. He holds a PhD from the University of Twente and degrees in economics from Addis Ababa University. And of course, following the presentation, Dr. Dawit will also moderate the fireside chat titled From Strategy to Investment, Leveraging Ethiopia's Climate Policies for COP32 Partnerships. So please give Dr. Dawit a big, big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's a nice introduction.
Check.
I think, yeah. Good. Yeah. With due respect and also all protocols are observed. May I ask you 1 minute to stand up and then to stretch a bit? I know that everybody is tired of these things. Yeah, good. I think I can see 3 words here, FSD. So can you make F with your body somewhere? I don't know. Yeah, hold it a bit, yeah. S, somewhere like this, or maybe. Oh, and D. It is a capital, not the small one, yeah? Good job. Okay, thank you very much, yeah. At least, so I think my presentation will not take more than 5 minutes. We heard a lot about the future COP32, but I want to give you about the strategic direction in Ethiopia, which we were living since 2011, the climate resilience green economy. So, yeah. In terms of Ethiopia climate policy architecture, most of you know that we have the climate resilience green economy, which is one of the pillar and the strategic direction in the 10-year development plan. Recently also we approved a homegrown economic reform agenda. We are now in homegrown economic agenda 2. And also in 2011, we implement the CRGE, which is the guiding for Ethiopia's climate journey. Then in terms of contribution in NDC 1, we submitted the intended NDC in 2015, and after 5 years, we also submit NDC 2, which is the updated version of NDC 1. But before we updated our NDC, there was a 10-year pause from 2011 to 2019. So we conducted a CRG implementation progress assessment. So what were we achieved, what are the gaps, and what are the successes, and what are the learning during that period. Based on that lesson, we updated our NDC 2, and in the same period, or in 2020, I think Daniel is around, he knows the GGGI in collaboration with the government of Ethiopia. We also developed the long-term low emission development strategy, up to 2050. And recently, after 5 years, again, we updated our NDC, and then we submitted the NDC 3. So these are our NDC, or climate journey in Ethiopia. Having said that, in terms of institution and instrument, MOPD is now currently leading the environment and climate change issues. Sectors have their own CRG units, either a separate directorate or under the planning unit. And also there is a CRG facility under the Ministry of Finance, which is more in charge of resource mobilization for the CRG interventions. And also there are different task forces under the CRG forum to support with knowledge base and also technical backup for the CRG implementation. But this all needs a system. That system should have a robust MRV mechanism. There is a need of sectoral integration and also regional delivery systems. We cannot do everything as at the national level. We should have to have some sort of mechanism up to regional level or zonal, warda or lower administrative scale of the country. So these are some of the architecture. Oops. Yeah, as I mentioned, when we are conducting the NDC2 update in 2020, we conducted a rigorous CRG implementation progress assessment. That progress assessment provides much information because sectors at that stage are developing their own CRG strategy, including agriculture, forestry, water, energy, transport, and other sectors, and also the National Adaptation Plan for sectors like health and education. And there is also a growing interest, the engagement in the carbon market. You heard from Nina, and recently also Ethiopia finalized the carbon market strategy, and also now in the way of to develop a carbon market proclamation. And in the NDC2 also, there is a private sector engagement is significantly, boldly highlighted in that document. But success on that, there is also a gap. The first one is on MRV issue. We don't have a consolidated and accessible data repository system, and also challenge in tracking how much we invest, how much we have left, how much we are needing, and also the implementation plan progress. And in institutional capacity, this is a challenge to do coordination. As I mentioned, regional level structure is limited. Finance, it requires large investment. The climate actions require much investment, but the domestic and international resource mobilization is not yet achieved. I don't know why this thing is back. I may be a bit of... Good. So, what is it in the NDC2? The first point is it is ambitious. From the 64% of the CRG document, the ambition is enhanced to 68 or 69%. For the first time, Ethiopia puts the unconditional and the conditional, that the sources that we can finance it from our own sources, and also the sources that can be achievable with the support of the international development partners is put. And sectors emphasis, the land use, land cover changes, primary mitigation potential, energy, transport, agriculture is supporting this mitigation potential. And for the first time in our NDC, we include adaptation intervention in the NDC too. And we are trying to make the finance transparency, and we put it different explicitly about the conditional and unconditional requirements, and also the Paris alignment, and also the MRV mechanism also put in the Ethiopia NDC too. This thing is also done for the long-term low emission development strategy as well. After that, after 5 years, the issue is for NDC3, which most of you, when you are attending the Africa Climate Summit 2, it is launched and on-timely submitted for the UNFCCC. And also again, in our NDC3, our ambition is also, our commitment for the global community is also expanding. We reached to a level of 70% emission reduction. Sectoral contribution is still land use, land cover, and forestry remain the largest mitigation potential. Energy and transport is included, especially the recently introduced the EV vehicles, and also the transition to renewable energy sources. And still, we are now on the process of developing the implementation plan for NDC3. So we need your support from this room. Those of you who are expert in plan development. We had the previous NDC2 implementation plan, but that one, when we update our NDC, our implementation plan should be also rigorous. So not only developing the implementation plan, in this stage, we will also develop an investment framework, costing of each interventions, in consultation with the sector members. So this is under development. Probably it will be finalized by July, the implementation plan. So these are the journey for the Ethiopia NDC process. So we are at the road to Addis COP32. The road to COP32 starts from the Africa Climate Summit. We have an NDC commitment. We have also a motto of mobilizing climate finance. In all these processes, from the climate summit, when we are heading to COP32, we should think about how we can effectively implement our NDC3. That is one point. The second one is how we can finance and market our climate commitments, especially domestic financial market. I can see here from the domestic banks and also international banks, including my organization, and also development partners, and also creating of innovative financing mechanisms like green bonds, and also crowding in of private sector in the climate arena will be very successful to have a public-private partnership of interventions to achieve our commitments and then our targets. And the delivery system should be scale our resilient infrastructure. If you saw the presentation from the previous one, it demands much infrastructure. It may be costly for the country, but it will need some resilience infrastructure. We have to think of also nature-based solutions for all interventions, as well as the green infrastructure that can enable us to achieve our commitments. So we are heading for COP32, but we based on the climate summit that we successfully achieved last year. So this is all about for giving you some highlight about the journey of NDC in Ethiopian context, because I'm representing the World Bank, but I'm also engaging in many of the climate discussions, and also the NDC to update the CRG implementation progress assessment. And recently also I'm engaging for the investment plan and investment framework and implementation plan development for NDC3. So thank you very much. I think I did not take too much of the time. Be efficient. Yeah, thank you very much. So we zoom into Ethiopian case. So when we are zooming it to the Ethiopian case, we will discuss about how the Ethiopian journey can be reached to the COP32. So I will be joined by Mr. Muscana, a senior climate advisor at the Ministry of Planning and Development. He was also a chief coordinator for the Africa Climate Summit 2 and also an organizer for many of the session. So he's seconded by the UNEPs, and where he supports Ethiopian climate finance agenda through strategic planning, policy development, and also resource mobilization. With more than 18 years of experience in climate finance, green economy policy, and development program management, and also he serves as a program coordinator for the CRG facility, which I mentioned, you know, the point of resource mobilization for climate issue in our country. And also he holds a BSc and a MSc degree in agriculture economics. Currently he's also a PhD fellow and candidate and development study at Addis Ababa University. So with further ado, let me invite Mr. Muscana to the floor. A round of applause for him to join us. Yeah. I was expecting that this is a panel, and then when it will become like a stand-up show, or it may be a one-man show, but he has much information about the Ethiopian's climate agenda. Yeah. Can I open my, I want to see the questions and the details, yeah? This technology. Yeah. I can see other people's profile. Yeah, no, I will get it from you. Sorry, I'm trying to be familiar with the technology issues I had in my phone. I thought that, yeah, is it there? So thank you, Mr. Muscana, for joining us here. And I was mentioning about the Ethiopia Climate Resilience Green Economy Journey and also the NDC. And in your opinion, how this thing is feasible in terms of considering the Africa Climate Summit 2 and then the road ahead in the issue of having an investment opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. David. I think I need to mention what the climate action in Ethiopia looks like. I think the Ethiopian climate action is not just an action. It is just not the environmental agenda. It is also the development as well the transformation priority for Ethiopia. So that's why I think you already presented the policy framework and the policy priorities. All the policies starting from 1995 geared to the climate change and environment issues. That's why we usually gear our policy and strategies toward the climate and environmental issue. The problem is how we can translate that policy and strategy into the action and into implementable priority. That's the critical problem. I think such a platform, the FSD Climate Summit platform and other platforms can help to mobilize the resource and other things. When I come to the questions that you mentioned, as said earlier, the climate policy strategy and others can give a priority and as well readiness for the investment and partnership to Ethiopia. That can be geared from the Africa Climate Summit momentum. So it's good to have such a strategy. The second thing, I think most of the strategy and the policies focused on climate sensitive implementable priorities like energy, climate smart agriculture, and other priority areas, including the environmental rehabilitation. So this is a good opportunity. I think the COP32 is a good opportunity for Ethiopia to partner with development partners to create a strong partnership networking and mobilize the resource, not only for to sell the energy and other strategies, but also to mobilize the resource as well to create a huge partnership at a big picture. What we benefit from that partnership? The first thing, I think, one of the challenges that, as you mentioned, Dr. David, one of the problem is the climate finance is the problem to operationalize as well to implement our strategies and our policies. So partnering with different organizations, partnering with different development partners will help us to mobilize a resource in one way or another. The second thing, I think it is also a good opportunity for us to bring international private sector to invest in Ethiopia on all selected activities, selected priorities. That will also a good opportunity if we use as intended, if we use the opportunity as intended. So COP32 will be a good opportunity for us in resource mobilization, in partnering, as well in sharing our solutions to the global community in one way or another.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Gano. And you know, it was in the morning presentation also, the climate finance issue and the international climate finance is volatile. And then Ethiopia puts some $1 billion of amount for achieving these things. So with this volatility of the climate finance situation and the current global condition, some are pro climate issues, some are against, and some are neutral. So in this case, how Ethiopia is balancing between the external finance and the local finance. Ethiopia puts conditional and unconditional, but you know that the resources that we get is, the gap is significantly high. So how can we achieve this volatile climate finance situation at the same time the internal and the external situations?
Thank you. I think this is a critical question. Yes, there is a huge imbalance in resources regarding the climate finance. Just for your information, I think the World Bank had already studied this. We mobilized from 1921 up to, 2011 up to 2019. We mobilized around 82 billion USD. From that, for your surprise, only few amounts came from international organizations. Much of the resource came from the domestic resources. That's directly or indirectly allocated by the national government. This is one of the problems is we have a limited capacity to mobilize the resource internationally because of many reasons. Even the climate landscape internationally may be difficult to mobilize the resource to partner with the international organization because of many reasons. In addition to the capacities that we have, but to at least balance this imbalance and implement our national strategies as intended, the Ethiopia government is willing to support the climate initiatives. Like currently, as you all know, the Green Legacy Initiative Fund has already established, which is around 0.5 up to 1% of the national GDP, which is a huge amount of money. This is one of the initiatives that we can proud of and we can share to the other African countries and to the world. So this is a critical step that the Ethiopia government take. The second most important thing, you may know that there is a strategy and a proclamation public-private partnership policy on the proclamation, which allows us to partner with the private sector, international as well as national private sectors, to invest in Ethiopia in selected climate actions. So this is also a good opportunity to mobilize resources domestically that allows I think a little bit balancing the imbalance. The third most important thing, I think, we use the international climate finance landscape, but just to, for the sake of readiness, to mobilize the resources and to implement some projects, especially on grant-based projects. So we use three components. We use a domestic resource mobilization strategy in different ways. Secondly, we use the private sector engagement in one way or another in selected areas, and we use also the international climate finance landscape to mobilize resources. To support this, I think the Ethiopian government, and in collaboration with the FSD Ethiopia, we started to design the national climate finance strategy, which is helpful for us. So that will help to at least start to strategize how we can mobilize the resources, both internationally as well domestically.
Yeah, thank you. And following this finance challenge, and also some of the international finance sources they have some bureaucratic steps to be approved to get those funds. It's good to explore those opportunities. And also, following that, you remember there are flagship initiatives, which is during COP31 and also during the Africa Climate Summit. There are different initiatives, and flagship initiative was initiated to address those challenges, the implementation challenge and also the finance challenge. So how Ethiopia using this platform to explore by initiating some pledges or initiative?
Thank you. I think let me start with the Africa Climate Summit 2 outcome. As an outcome, we started to establish financial platform, like Africa Climate Financial Facility, to mobilize the resource for the African initiatives. As an outcome, we have two major outcomes. One is the Africa Climate Initiative Innovative Compact, which has more than 1,000 projects to be implemented in Africa. So for this, we should mobilize the resource. We should mobilize climate finance, both domestically as well internationally. To supplement this initiative, we try to establish Africa Climate Facility, which needs the partner support in one way or another, both technically, financially, as well in partnership. So I think that's a good thing. The second most important thing, I think, there are different flagships that has been already approved and endorsed by the Africa Climate Summit head of states, but that also requires a resource to be implemented, to be operationalized at grassroots level, because resource is key to implement those initiatives. Without having enough resource to implement those initiatives, that will be just a dream without having a resource. So, but in our NDC as well, in other things, we have a climate initiatives like the green legacy kind of initiatives or flagships, the energy, renewable energy initiatives and flagships that can be a good opportunity for private sector to be part. There is also climate smart agricultural issues that can attract private sector in different ways. the problem may be, previously there was a problem, a macro financial problem, that the private sector may not come to Ethiopia to invest. Now, the Ethiopia government has already opened the floor and opened the market. Hopefully, the private sector and others will come to Ethiopia to implement and to be part of this initiative. So, I'm hoping that the Ethiopian private sector engagement, as well the international private sector engagement, will be enhanced in one way or another because of the macroeconomic policy reform. So those flagships, both the Africa Climate Summit outcomes as well the NDC flagships, will be implemented. Hopefully, if we have a strong partnership with international organizations, a strong partnership and involvement with the private sector in Ethiopia as well and globally, and also we link with the international climate finance landscape to mobilize the resource. Without this, I think we may not able to implement those initiatives.
Yeah. Thinking this will be my last follow-up question, because you touched this a bit on about the how we are now developing the investment plan and the investment framework, and also the implementation plan. So how this plan is helping to plug in the private sector, and also engaging of the private sector in developing bankable projects that can be suitable for the successful implementation of this plan. Yeah.
I think, as I said earlier, the private sector needs to be part of the process. To be part of the process, they need a policy support in one way or another. That policy support is already in place. So the Ethiopia government is willing to have the number of private sector to participate in the process. The second thing, there is also a privilege and the policy support to the private sector in one way or another, both important and others, specifically for the climate actions that private sectors who needs to participate in the climate action. I think the floor is open, as well there is a platform that can help them in one way or another. The second thing, there is, if you see, I think you are part of it. If you see the National Adaptation Plan, as well the NRC 3 and even the NRC 2, there is a clear priority that has been set in the plans. So I think it is very, very interesting to be part, as well as open for private sector to be engaged. The problem is most of the private sector, especially in Ethiopia, assume that the climate action is not a profitable business in one way or another. So I'm as a climate finance advisor, I'm willing to support every private sector that the climate actions are a profitable business if they are willing to engage. The second thing, I think the private banks and financial institutions are not as such willing to support the climate actions in Ethiopia so far. Hopefully, we have had different consecutive discussions, meetings, and different discussions on this. Hopefully, they will open their door for the private sector to support them, both micro and small enterprises, as well as the huge private sectors, to link their initiative with the banking system. The banking instruments, the loan instrument, and other things need to be green as well, need to be linked with those initiatives. Hopefully, they will open the door. So the private sector can engage, since the Ethiopia government has the policy to support the private sector. The climate actions and priorities has been already identified in our plan and strategies, and also we are trying to link them, the private sector, to different international and national organizations, especially financial organizations, to mobilize climate finance for the implementation of those initiatives.
Good. Thanks, Musgano. I think some questions is forwarded. I think this technology issue is still. Can you return back to the previous one? Let's start from the first one, the general one.
Yeah, I think the first question is following the carbon market strategy.
No, The first one is it comes from the insurance, and then how emerging insurance market like Ethiopia, where insurance penetration is very low, and is there any specific partnership framework can help local insurer to engage in these kind of things? I think this is a general question, and the second one is for me, and I can respond on that. I think there are different partnership frameworks, and in terms of risks in climate funds, there are several climate fund sources. It's a matter of collaboration and discussing together with us. I can share the detail and the approaches and the opportunities in insurance-related things, because I know that the farm households, their income is meager, and then we have to think of about how we can bring them in insurance industry. When we think of insurance, you always, I can say the insurance companies, you tell us the probability of risk is high. That is an intention to invite us to buy your insurance. But when it happens, the process of reimbursing or compensation payment takes long. So there is a gap between when the insurance contract is issued and then when the risk is happened. But there are different mechanisms. Maybe we can discuss bilaterally the different sorts of fund from my side. But from the government side, Ms. Kano, do you have any?
Let me mention one good example. We were trying to accredit the Ethiopian Development Bank to the GCF financing system. The problem we have faced is the willingness from the bank side, the willingness from the private side, the willingness to be part of the process. That's, I think, we because of the awareness that they have. Hopefully, we had so far we had different discussions with the private sectors, insurance, financial institutions, and others. They know now how we can be part of the different partnership, like different financial institutions. So we need to work together, at least to see and to find options how the insurance and other financial institutions can be part of the process to mobilize the resource, not only the concessional, but also the grants from different financial institutions. One of the platforms is, as I said, the GCF, but we have also the adaptation and other GF facility. We can link you with those partnership and frameworks. But we need to work together. Otherwise, we may not access those finances like other countries do in the process.
Yeah, I think I didn't mention specifically about those funds. There is a great Global Climate Finance, GCF, the Global Environment Fund, GEF. There is also Global Adaptation Fund. So, but those funds have their own requirements. So, the approval process also a bit long, but the requirement is it's a must to closely work with the government bodies, which is the focal points. For instance, the GCF and the GEF focal, Mr. Mansour is the GEF focal, the one who make an opening, and also Dr. Benti is a GCF focal. So when you have any project idea that climate co-benefit, it's better to work closely with those, with the Ministry of Planning and Development. And then some of the funds we are a trustee, a World Bank is managing some of the funds. So we can discuss, and then you can have, there is a GEF facility in our office, in the global office, so there is a link there. Then there is a second question that comes to me about that $80 billion is the climate. It is close to 50% of the Ethiopian GDP. When we say that 80 billion is the amount of money that is spent from 2011 up to 2019. So if you divided that by 10, from the National Treasury and Channel 1, that is goes to from the Ministry of Finance channel, it's only $8 billion we got. If you see the Ethiopia NDC2, which is submitted in 2020, it requires close to achieve that ambition objective, it requires close to 316 billion USD. So we are not getting too much of the money that is required to maintain the achievement. So that is a challenge. And yeah, I do agree with that. When we are investing on climate, it has a co-benefit. It's not, when we say investing on climate, it's not about only for climate issues. For instance, sustainable land management. The one is a large scale sustainable land management practice is done by the Ministry of Agriculture. This is a mitigation. And also, Ethiopian Forestry Development is doing afforestation and reforestation program through RED+. It is done for a forest, but it has a climate co-benefit. I mentioned in the NDC3 the EV vehicles. The EV vehicles, it contributes the emission contribution that emanates from gas operation vehicles. And also moving from non-renewable energy sources to renewable energy sources. And one of the potential for emission reduction for Ethiopia is distributing of ample number of clean cooking stoves. I think Mr. Taga from Ministry of Water and Energy is in the room. One of the mitigation potential that we can get is from the clean cooking stove. So when we are investing in clean cooking stove, we are working closely with the households, and then we will reduce the amount of energy that is consumed by household that is spending for fuel wood. So these are the approach. When we say climate, I will advise for those of you, it's not directly investing some money in climate. We are investing some money in the sectors, transport sector, energy sector, agriculture sector, forestry sector, and industry sector, minimizing the wastes or the emissions, at the same time maintaining it's a balancing of the ecosystem and the economy. So that is the idea. So when you saw this number, it is not too much. It is still too small. That is my...
I think to implement the NDC, Dr. Dad said more than 300 billion required. When you divide this 80 billion for 11, 12 years, we mobilize just 1.3% of our requirement. We required 27 billion per annum to implement our initiatives, but we mobilize just only 1.3%, which is much lower than the required amount. So this is not a huge amount. This is a small amount according to the plan that we have. Now we have the NDC 3, which requires around 106 billion, which is almost similar with the LED's plan. So we need also a similar amount to be mobilized to implement that implementation. So that's not a huge amount of money.
Thanks. I think someone Mentos Note is a very carbon expert, and then he come up with following the carbon market strategy of Ethiopia, what steps have been taken to develop the laws and the regulation, and one point. And the second one is how Ethiopia progressed in aligning carbon market pricing with Article 6 and also the Paris alignment, and also what is the total volume of carbon credit issued by Ethiopia until now by sectors and main challenge.
Thank you. I think this is the good question regarding this is a new initiative as well. That is a good question. The Ministry of Planning and Development has already published the carbon market strategy recently. It's already uploaded in the UNFCCC website. You can access it easily. So the strategy has already finalized and it has been already endorsed. To do that, but we had a lot of discussions and a validation workshop to at least familiarize the carbon market strategy. Regarding the regulation, we are working on the proclamation to make it the kind of proclamation that requires some time. The draft has already been published, and the draft will be endorsed by the Minister of Council. Otherwise, it will not be the regulation. So we are working on that. Hopefully, in the next July, we will submit to the Minister of Council. So we hope that they will approve it soon, and it will be the national regulation. But the problem, the main bottleneck that we need support from the partners is we are still not having the registration, the carbon registration platform. We need carbon registration platform to be established or to be designed. That's one of the problems. The second most important problem was this is a new initiative. We have never had such a policy and strategy. So the policy regulation designing and policy formulation took some time. Not only the time, but also the technical gap, the financial problems that we have, and other problems was a bottleneck regarding the policy and regulation update. But still, we have at least the first draft of the regulation. Hopefully, the Minister of Council will approve. I think if I am correct, the second question we have is net zero visa. Yes, I think the Africa Climate Summit, as well the COP32, as well this summit will help us to mobilize resource, one of the critical problems that we have. Not only the resource, but also to have a strong partnership with development partners, private sectors, financial institutions, academia, and research institutions to support us in many ways. One, they will support us in research, in doing research and development to support our policies, our strategies, our plans, and in one way or another. The second thing, in partnership, we can link with different startups, especially Ethiopian startups, climate startups. We link with different international investors, financial institutions, and others. We also able to mobilize finance for both the summit as well for the implementation of our net zero initiative, like NRC3 and other led initiatives. So this summit and other summit will help us, one, to mobilize the resources, two, to create strong partnership with international organizations, and three, to show our interests, our policy solutions, actions, and others to show for the world what we are trying to do in Ethiopia as well in Africa. So I think such a platform and such a summit can help us to mobilize the resource.
Yeah, let me add for the bottlenecks. For the carbon market, the registry process is long, and then the certification process takes time, and then many of the organizations who have accredited to do the certification process are abroad, and then to bring it onto the market, that takes a very long process. From the experience, my organization, we have Oromia Forest Landscape Program, which currently finalizes the certification process for close to 13 million ton of carbon from the forest. Not non-forest, it is a forest carbon. So World Bank is committed to buy close to 1.8 million ton of that carbon certified one, but it is open if the Oromia forest landscape or the Oromia region got a market better than the price that World Bank is offering. They are free to sell it to the aviation industry or others. So that is in the process, which I know. But we are doing it in a voluntary basis. So as Ms. Gano mentioned, also the registry mechanism of carbon is still under development, under the Ministry of Planning. So those processes should be supported through this. And the next one is regarding the net zero business potential and how debts and equity can be accessed from this summit, especially for Ethiopian energy.
I think I already addressed it, but the net zero business, I think if you see our national adaptation plan as well the NDC, there are prioritized activities, prioritized investment ready projects and initiatives there. If we implement those initiatives, those prioritized activities and investment ready initiatives, I think we are toward that position. We are in a position to be in the net zero. But the problem is not the plan. The problem is not the strategy. The problem is not the roadmaps that we have. The problem is how we can operationalize and implement those roadmaps and implementation prioritized areas into action. That requires finance, that requires partnership, that requires a lot of different platforms to mobilize the resource. That's the problem. Otherwise, we have a strategy, we have a policy, we have the prioritized activities both in energy as well in NAP, but the finance is the problem. So I think we expect a lot from this summit as well from other summits to be part of the process, Otherwise, we may not be able to achieve the net zero plan. If there is net zero business entities, enterprises, like microfinance institutions in Ethiopia, like different climate geared initiatives, I think this is the good opportunity to be part of the process. Your initiative, your implementation can be part of the process. Without your implementation, without your contribution, it's meaningless to have the policy, to have the strategy. So be part of the process. Let's work together. Then I think we can achieve the net zero plan that we have in 2050.
Yeah, I think a follow-up question from Rekik is coming on, and then I think it is specifically on energy issues. I think I'm aware of, if I make it correctly, there is a clean energy roadmap and then clean energy link with NDC. There is a roadmap is developed, and then what are the priority intervention areas? So probably I will recommend also to have a look on that, and then also it identifies also detailed interventions on the clean energy, starting from SMEs up to large-scale energy production to make it our energy sustainable. If you have any, you touched it a bit, but Rekik, we can have a bilateral discussion, and then I can link you with a person who is from the Ministry of Water and Energy, who is part of the development of this clean energy roadmap by aligning with the Ethiopia NDC. That will give you much information on that. Ms. Kana, do you want to say any on this?
I think regarding the definition, it's not yet agreed. Globally, the climate finance issue is still not finalized. But the climate finance that can be used for the climate action can be considered a climate finance. That's the general thing. I think I was trying to show the gap that we have right now and the expected amount to be mobilized to implement all the climate actions, not only Ethiopia, but also in Africa. There is a huge gap and huge imbalance. To narrow that gap, let me mention the Ethiopian case. We just try to mobilize domestic resources in different ways As I said, the Ethiopia government is willing to finance 0.5% up to 1% of the national GDP to the climate action, which is under implementation now, which is a Green Legacy Initiative Fund. The office has already been established. Hopefully in the coming year, call will be established. Based on that call, I think the implementation will be started. The second thing, in addition to the Green Legacy funding, the Ethiopia government, if you see the national financing policy and the finance allocation strategy, every sector has a climate finance component. That's considered to be climate finance, mobilized locally. To show numerically, the Minister of Finance is working on the budget coding that allows how much about have been allocated for the climate finance and how much expended actually will be known. Hopefully this will be finalized soon. Then we will know how much the Ethiopia government is allocating for the climate in one way or another. If you see our development plan, the 10-year development plan in other plans, all has a climate pillar. That shows we are moving to at least to allocate some amount of money to the climate that will balance the imbalance, the huge imbalance. The second thing, I think the private sector needs to be part to at least narrow the gap. Unless and otherwise, the private participation is important. That will help both technically, financially, and others to mobilize resource. The third thing, I think we use the international climate landscape to mobilize the resource. That also narrow the gap. Otherwise, it will be much difficult. The de-risking mechanism, I think we are working with the financial institutions in Ethiopia. The financial institutions need to at least review their instrument, their financial instrument, to at least have some amount to be allocated for the de-risking. But the international financial institutions also willing to support us, but we need to work together. Otherwise, we may not get that efficiency. Especially, as I said earlier, the macrofinance policy will help us at least to bring international bank institutions and other financial institutions that will help in de-risking as well as in allocating concessional finance for the climate actions that we are going to implement. Not only us, but also the private sector and other institutions. I think that the last question will be I cannot answer that question because FSD can answer that. If this platform can create, I am hoping that this summit will create a good opportunity to partner with international organizations, both the private sector as well as the international financial institutions, that will help to mobilize financial institutions. There is no any, as far as I know, there is no any window for this, the climate finance window, but I think this will be a good opportunity at least to create networking and partnership.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ghana. And also about the issue of engagement of the local firms, probably when this implementation plan is developed, you can see on the NDC3 general intervention areas. So detailed activities will be there, so you can pick from that implementation plan that suits for you, and then you can discuss with the Ministry of Planning, and then you can develop a bankable projects, and then you can approach them. And as Ms. Gano mentioned, the special fund for Green Legacy Initiative, it is close to 0.5 to 1% of the annual budget of the country, and that is also distributed. The formula is still not yet developed, but if you see the proclamation, it supports some bankable project. So it's not only from the international arena we are exploring finance, there may be some sources of finance that can be emanate from the domestic sources. So we can explore from that direction as well. But we can have a follow-up discussion regarding the finance and the Ethiopia NDC journey. Still, we are planning for the COP32, but we can discuss in advance also, in any case, depending on your sector interventions and also your organization area of interest. So we can do a follow-up discussion on that matter. So I think the organizers gave me a 5 minutes bar, but I think we got the question through this technology. Thank you, Ms. Ghana. We were together the last 8-9 years on this NDC journey, and thanks for sharing us your experience and then representing the government. And thank you, the audience, staying for long. But we are not accountable for that. The organizers are the one. But I really appreciate investing your time, for your lunch time, for this hot discussion. And a round of applause for yourself. Yeah, please. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dawit and Mr. Miscano. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, of course, big thanks to you for your patience and dedication, and of course for contributing your ideas and forwarding your questions as well. So with this, we will conclude the morning session of the day, which included, of course, discussions. And of course, after lunch, we're going to be jumping into a very interesting set of discussions and presentations. We will present the Climate Finance Landscape Assessment for Ethiopia. It's going to be a comprehensive study that has taken nearly a year to complete, and it contains significant findings on climate finance flows, gaps, and opportunities across the country. This study is a very critical part of today's summit, so please make sure not to miss the presentation and the discussion that will follow. And of course, after lunch, we will be resuming. We will have an hour or so for lunch. I mean, if you would come earlier, it would be great, but an hour max is what we've been given. So make sure you come back from lunch on time, because we will be jumping right into a panel discussion right after lunch. It's going to be on showcasing Ethiopia at COP32, readiness, gaps, and opportunities for the financial sector. So that's going to be very interesting as well. So make sure you come back on time, but as of right now, enjoy lunch, enjoy the networking, enjoy the company, have a lovely meal. ወደ አዳራሹ ስትገቡ ያልተመዘገባችሁ እንግዶቻችን ካላችሁ ይሄንን ኪውአር ኮድ ስካን በማድረግ መመዝገብ ትችላላችሁ ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ ስካን አድርጋችሁ እንድትመዘገቡ እንጠይቃለን። Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. The QR code you see behind me is the QR code for the registration form. So in case you haven't registered on your way in this morning, make sure you scan the QR code, take a minute and register. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. We will now begin the afternoon session with a panel discussion. The title of this panel discussion is going to be Showcasing Ethiopia at COP32, Readiness, Gaps, and Opportunities for the Financial Sector. To moderate this session, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Ms. Cecilia Javorn, I hope I'm saying that correctly as well, Principal for Sustainable and Green Finance at FSD Africa. Cecilia brings more than 25 years of experience in sustainable finance, capital markets, and investment policy. She previously served as Global Practice Area Lead for Sustainable Investing at the International Finance Corporation and worked with the UN Environment Programme Finance Initiative, contributing to the development of the UN Principles for Responsible Investment. She has also advised governments and institutions across Africa on green and sustainable bond markets and climate finance mobilization. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cecilia. We're going to need more energy from you guys, so I need a louder applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Shall I sit there? Great. Enderman Walachu, distinguished guests, thank you to the government and FSD Ethiopia for the invitation to take part in this conference. A phrase seemed to have emerged from the sessions earlier today: let there be transactions. And we know that this evolves around how do we move climate finance commitments to transactions. I think I also heard FSD Ethiopia CEO say on previous occasions that finance in capital doesn't flow through conference halls. So indeed, we are now here in the last session going to talk about the ingredients that are required to make these capital flows. This indeed includes building credible policy frameworks, developing the capital markets, creating the pipeline of bankable investments, structuring the investment instruments, and engaging with investors and ensuring that there are guarantees and other mechanisms that can allow them to take part at scale. So to explore these issues further, we have a panel with the very heart and engine of these issues, the market-making platforms and regulators. We have the Ethiopian Stock Exchange and the Capital Markets Authority with their respective leaders with us here today. So allow me to welcome to the stage Ms. Hannah Tehelku. Hannah is the Director General of the Ethiopian Capital Markets Authority, which is developing the regulatory framework for sustainable finance and green securities in Ethiopia. She oversees the authority's strategic direction, regulatory enforcement, and development of Ethiopia's emerging capital market ecosystem. Before assuming this role, she served as legal counsel at ECMA and previously held leadership position at the Ministry of Justice, including Deputy Director General of the Economic Crime Directorate. Hannah holds a master's degree in law from Addis Ababa University and has built a career focused on strengthening governance and financial regulation in Ethiopia. Please welcome Ms. Hannah Telku. While Hannah comes on stage, I will also welcome Yodit Kasa. She is Chief Operating Officer of the Ethiopian Securities Exchange, which recently relaunched and aims to introduce green bonds and other sustainable instruments as part of its product suite. Yodit Kasa previously served as country manager for ACCA Ethiopia, where she worked extensively on capacity building and professional development within the financial sector. Yodit Kasa holds a BA and MSc in Accounting and Finance from Addis Ababa University and has contributed to the development of Ethiopia's capital market ecosystem. Welcome, Yodit Kasa. Thank you so much. So I thought we would start with discussing around what areas of work you are currently prioritizing in terms of moving climate finance within the Ethiopian market. So maybe I can start with Hannah. What concrete regulatory steps has ECMA taken to enable green and climate-linked securities?
Thank you, Cecil, for that question, and thank you, FSD Ethiopia, for organizing, I think it's the second climate finance summit in Ethiopia, so well done, congratulations for FSDE. I know it's not a gender finance issue, but I'm very happy to see all women panel and moderator here, but because it's March, I have to mention it, right? We're going closer to March 8. So in terms of climate finance, as you know, globally, markets, in legacy market, usually markets are sequenced. You know, you establish conventional capital markets, conventional financial institutions and systems, and then you go from that, once you establish that, you go from that to thematic products and more specialized products. Thematic products like green, sustainability related, you know, sustainability bond, sustainability linked, and other, including Islamic finance and some sophisticated products like securitization and many others. But because we're latecomers to the ecosystem, we didn't have that luxury to sequence it, but rather to include all parts doing it simultaneously to make sure that we cater to all kinds of issuers, all kinds of investors, and most importantly to support national development agendas, including green. So that's why we have thought about green financing, climate financing since the inception of the development of capital markets in the country. And the vanilla development of capital markets in a country is, I would say, the foundation for climate financing, because climate financing mostly relies on disclosures and reportings, so that the investors have confidence and trust in the market that greenwashing is not going to happen, and if it happens, they'll be compensated appropriately, and the regulator will take the right measures against that. And especially for impact investors, they want to see that the regulators are really serious on such thematic, especially climate finance instruments, so that they can confidently invest in the instrument. So even I would say the establishment of the infrastructures like the exchange, the CSD, the reporting and the disclosure requirements under the conventional products are very, very important and should be considered as a foundation for green financing in Ethiopia. The second layer I would say is we've done a lot of research, a lot of documents, and then we're trying to prepare a disclosure document. The first one we've done was, I've mentioned it, I think, previously in some of our conversations with the stakeholders. We have done a scoping study on climate finance, green finance in Ethiopia, how we can utilize it. In that scoping study, what we've understood is Ethiopia has done a tremendous job and have the political commitment for green finance, climate finance. So we have a 10-year, maybe you've discussed this in the morning, carbon market strategy, green legacy document, low emission strategies, 10-year strategy. So as a country, we have the commitment, we have the readiness, we have the documents ready, and we have the right entities in place. That's what we have understood from our research. The second most important thing we have understood from our work is that there is a huge gap in the climate space. So the other thing, it's not only about the lack of the budgeting gap, the financing gap in climate finance, but even the accessible fundings, I think 92% of it comes from the public sector rather than the private sector. So it's only 8%, right? So we have to increase. That's what we have understood from the documents we've prepared. So we have to work with the private sector to make sure that there is a private capital flowing to the climate financing space. So then from that scoping study, we, of course, thank you for FSD, FSDA, and UNDP for supporting that scoping study, but we haven't stopped there. So from that work, we have continued working on the climate finance space, and now we are working on security, sustainable securities guideline, of course with FSD Ethiopia once again, to establish a predictable, and that helps the issuers to have the right guidelines for disclosures and reportings. But on the other hand, as you said rightly, Cecily, it's not only about the documents, the preparations, the studies we do. Transactions are the most important things we should do. So we are also working in collaboration with UNDP. We've hired a consultant that actually works on transactions, designing transactions with both the government, state-owned enterprises, and other private companies. As a regulator, before I conclude, I think I want to raise three maybe major points. As a regulator, the first one is building predictable and climate finance supporting regulations. I'd say in these regulations, we can see three major components. The first one is, of course, green taxonomy. We're working closely with the National Bank of Ethiopia, supported by the European Investment Bank, and we have also working on fund-specific taxonomy. So these are very important. Of course, as I've mentioned it earlier, disclosures and reporting guidelines are also important, the second one. The third component, which is very important in the area of regulation, would be incentives. Incentives as a form of supporting issuers and investors to come to the market, but mostly when we talk about incentives, they are about tax incentives. So it's not kind of a blanket incentive for every capital market activity, but specifically for specific activities that support national development agendas and goals, which mostly aligns with the climate finance priorities. So the second one is supporting and building the ecosystem. It comes as a form of capacity building, making sure that the participants have ESG in mind. The first one is, of course, to understand and have that in mind, not for just its financial gains, because it has, but also for the benefit it brings to the broader community and society. So we should work on capacity building, and we should work on capacity building as well. That's what we're working on. One of the major components of the consultancy work we've hired is embedded capacity building for the regulator, the market infrastructures, and most importantly for the issuers to understand the reporting requirements from the regulator and from the investors as well. So we're working on that space, but we are moving closer to transactions. Thank you, Cecily.
Thank you so much, Hannah. That sounds very comprehensive with all the ingredients in place, really, to enable these transactions to come to market. So thank you for sharing that update. That's very exciting to hear. I'll move to you, Judith, and ask around how now the Ethiopian Securities Exchange, how are you positioning yourself to enable these kind of instruments, and also how is it progressing? You have opened the gates for the listings. How is that progressing?
Thank you, Cecile, for that. It's the afternoon, so I'll try to make it very short so that people get off their laptops and phones and actually are engaging in the conversation. So I think, as the Director General has already mentioned, there is a lot of work that has been done. But it comes back to the infrastructure provider like the exchange to answer the question, where is the transaction, right? Where is the transaction? What are you doing? Obviously, even when we started, if you look at our strategy around the exchange, we have one of those amazing strategic objectives has been the ESG principle and how we actually embed it throughout our work and engagement. There are a lot of activities that have been done, but currently I just want to take it back to where we are now. Where following ECMA footsteps, we've also engaged in developing a voluntary guideline for companies that are listing or coming to list on the exchange that would be used to actually bring those products and call them sustainable or sustainability linked products, how they would be listed and how the exchange would be continually monitoring their ongoing disclosures. Obviously, that's the first step, right? So what do we expect from these companies where they're coming and listing? What do we see on an ongoing basis? That's the primary one. But it's not only that, it's basically we have to also look at the market and the ecosystem, where it is, the level of understanding, the capacity building work that needs to go into, and the development of the capital market itself. And we have two prongs conversation. One is the investor side we always keep on mentioning. I think we have to sober up and really understand that there is that big chunk of conversation where the DFIs come in to really signal that there is a viable product, there is a viable instrument that is on the exchange that would serve both the public sector and the private sector. So we're actually engaging and we're working with the support of the DFIs present here, including FSD as an anchor. They've been supporting us in a lot of these conversations. So our remit is creating a product, making sure it's efficiently, it's priced properly, and we have to come to that conversation about how do we price these products as well. We're mainly focusing on debt instruments, and we're still at the lower end of the products where the pricing conversation still needs to happen, and we're still engaging the relevant authorities with the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority, whether be it the central bank, whether be it the Ministry of Finance, to really understand if we bring even climate-related products, let's have the plain vanilla products pricing conversation on the space. So I would say three things. The legal frameworks are there. There is no prohibitive point in there. The three things we have as a focus area for the exchange is the product, and we're doing a demonstration product with the FSD as well alongside the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority. But we also have to see how those technically translate. We have to see who's going to participate in those products, the investor side of things. And we have to also really be able to bring in the capacity to a level where everyone is conversant. I mean, in the morning, I have to be very honest, when people were talking about the COP conversation, the amount of acronyms that were thrown, I was off board. So I genuinely, I don't know if it's just me, but I mean, I'm going to ask people to raise their hand if they really understood some of the acronyms by the technical people. I don't think we have to do that to the capital markets and the ecosystem. We have to really bring it down for people to really understand and be able to understand that they can make money and also invest on those products. Sorry, I have written down the acronyms. I'm going to Google them later, but there were a lot of technical words that were thrown. I did a lot of digging before coming. So I think from the exchange side, it's really bringing that vibrant market in terms of climate and making it viable to serve the country as well. Sorry.
Wonderful, and it's really, thank you so much for that, and it's really refreshing to hear, I mean, amongst global stock exchanges, that on the African continent, the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, right out of the gate, so to speak, is leading with sustainability, long-term sustainability products and globally leading market innovation. So congratulations to you for that. I wanted to pick up on something that you've both mentioned, and I'll turn to Director General here again. In terms of one of the pillars that you were talking about, the incentives, including for the investors to come in, or just making it secure in line with their requirements to come into these transactions. Is there anything that you can share in terms of how the regulator is working to enable these kind of blended finance instruments and structures that will bring in the investors of all sources, including the private capital?
Thank you for, Cecil, that question. I know it's not an easy question, but I'll try to go around it. I mean, the first signal the private sector would want to see is for the government to take a lead in this thematic issuances. One, it shows the confidence the government has on its own systems, because the Capital Market Authority is a government entity, it's a regulator, so it's the government's initiative to create a capital market within the country, in the jurisdiction, so the government should be the first, should take the lead in terms of using these infrastructures and systems. The second importance of the sovereign issuance would be establishing a yield curve, both for the conventional products and for the thematic products. Of course, as you can see from the T-bills, for market-based T-bills, you can see that we're trying to see some figures. For sure, Judith can talk more about that because she had more proximity to the platforms. As you can see from the T-bill, you can see that market rates are being used. When you see interbank money markets, I'm sure Judith can say more about that as well. So, and congratulations on that, by the way. They have reached 2 trillion tradings, and thank you for that. So it just doubled in just 5 months. It was 1 trillion 5 months ago. So excellent job on that. So the first incentive would be the first signal would be the government, the sovereign itself using the system it has created. The second, of course, incentive would be for sure to provide tax incentives tailored to support this development agendas and goals, including climate finance initiatives. The other important thing I'd say is credit enhancement mechanisms are also equally important as the other incentive mechanisms. So by that, credit guarantee facilities are really important to bring in, especially foreign investors. We're working on foreign portfolio investment regulations that will be finalized soon, hopefully, passed by the Ministry of Councils. So our hope is for foreign investors, including DFIs, local institutional investors, to be part of it, at least the first cohort. I think we should work on introducing a credit enhancement mechanisms in Ethiopia. I know National Bank is working on establishing a national credit enhancement facility, working with other DFIs, which is a very, very important initiative for this. We're also working with other credit guarantee providers in Nigeria. We have an MOU with InfaCredit. I know the company works very closely with FSDA. So we are trying to study that area. It's not a licensing category now as we speak in our regulation, but we have seen other countries like Nigeria working on introducing this as a licensing category in the capital market space, and I know they have licensed the first credit guarantee company in Nigeria. So I think we should also work on that space to see, first let's see and learn how it translates and it supports the climate financing space in Ethiopia. So these are some of the incentives I have in mind, Cecily. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very critical areas that you're working on that indeed will likely bring in the investors from all sources. So then maybe I can move to Judith and ask a bit about the transaction the pipeline. Where do you see, as you develop these products and seek to bring in the investors, what are the sectors in Ethiopia, and a little bit about how the market, not just the exchange, but the market, what is needed from partners perhaps to enable the projects enlisting pipeline to move forward with good quality issuances?
So I think that's two questions, right? One is, which sectors do we see in terms of green products or green climate related products? So, I mean, it has to align obviously with the developmental agenda, and the top three are well known, right? The energy sector, obviously, you know, hydropower, geothermal projects that are very capital intensive, as you might say, and whether it's the Tulumuyo, the private led, or even the public sector led energy areas are interesting areas. They're huge in terms of capital demand and the ability to actually use the capital markets to mobilize in terms of issuance of debt instruments, sovereign debt instruments, that would fund this project could be something we could explore at. The other sector would be infrastructure, right? So if you look at Addis or the new up and coming projects that keep on happening, infrastructure in terms of even the housing requirements, you know, the need that we have, we see a product alignment with the feasibility study that we're currently doing. Again, I think we're mentioning FSD a lot, and they might just need a clap in general, in totality. But the REITs products that we're actually, the RIF, I'm gonna correct myself in line with the authority. The REIT, we call it in other places REITs, but here we call it RIF, it's a fund. The RIF feasibility study that we're looking into looks at how the infrastructures or the infrastructure product could actually be aligned to the green financing element of it. Like I said, there is always that area of the investor, where is the investor coming from? And if we see the product being really aligned to green and green financing, we see a viable product there as well. I think the last but not least is agri, right? Agri-processing. We're an agrarian country, and in terms of agro-processing and being able to raise capital, I mean, we can argue all we want that it's very small holding, it's very fragmented, right, in terms of the agri-processing in Ethiopia. They're very small. If you bring them to public markets to raise capital, it wouldn't make sense, both from cost and from transactions point of view. But that's where your second question comes in. Maybe we could look at TDB and other donors that actually look into they call it, what was it, aggregation? Bringing small-sized holdings, agro-processings, and bringing them to a product that would be sizable enough to come and raise in the capital market space. So the second prong question which you've asked is, obviously we get a lot of technical support, and we're very thankful in terms of the support that we have already received from, I think, across all of our donor partners here. But I started with the investor, right? So if you look at some of the sustainable products that have really thrived, whether it be climate, social products, you see an anchor investor that gives the right signal in the form of a DFI to the society in general, I mean to the world in general, that these products are really going through a rigorous due diligence process. So we need those type of supports, right? Obviously the technical support has to continue because there is still that capacity requirement, but that technical support could also change in the form of bringing, say, how would I put it? Looking for those, we call them verification, the second party opinions. So looking at them, maybe, you know, the support in that space could be one thing. I'm sure Director General would bring it, but the guarantee, the de-risking element could be one thing we look at. So there are, so I know we keep on asking for a lot. So initially, I mean, if you look at FSD, it was starting the exchange itself, that investment and all that. Then we moved into, okay, we need now product support. You haven't never ceased to support that. Now we're saying, okay, we've seen the products, but we see the other side. There is that element of untapped investor potential, but that investor comes when there is an investor, they believes on the products that are coming. So we're going to the angle of now invest on the products that are coming, look at the technical supports, and also maybe look at some of the de-risking elements that we have. And so these are the three top areas, aligned with the national agenda, aligned with the programs that are coming, that I see as a sector, the infrastructure, energy, and agro-processing. This would be my 1, 2, 3, top 3 elements I'll put in.
Wonderful. So building on the success, call for continued partnership in the areas of anchor investment for the pending pipeline, credit enhancement facilities, and continued transaction support and capacity building. I have one last question that I will state, but we also want to open the floor for questions from the audience. So maybe in preparation, I can just say what I would like to ask last if we have time. And as Ethiopia takes on the COP presidency, what would be some of the key success areas that you would like to either showcase or see coming out of COP, maybe with the partners here? But I think we would like to see if there are any questions from the audience for the panel. Mark has a question here. And there's one down there. And one there. So we have 3 questions.
Shall I go?
Please go ahead, Mark.
DG Hannah, this is a complicated question, so I'm coming up, and I should have given you notice, but I know you can handle it. So you could always delegate to Yodit as well. So in our world of financial market development, nothing ever stands still, does it? And so we do need to always think about you know, the future and what our financial markets need to look like in the future as well. So a lot of the time I feel, and I think you probably feel too, because in a way, capital markets in Ethiopia have, you know, you're doing a lot of backfilling, but there's a lot of time you need to catch up on, isn't it? Because there's been a lost opportunity in a way. And we feel that at FSD Africa as well. There's a lot of things that we need to fix in order to get, as it were, conventional financial markets to the state where they should be, because they're not. But then equally, there's this other market that's happening, which is, and I'm coming back to the tokenization and digital assets and blockchain world, which is happening very, very fast. And when we're starting to see things like small-scale affordable housing developments being financed through the issue of tokens, when we're starting to see the emergence of digital exchanges for token-based trading, when we're seeing solar energy plants being financed through the issue of tokens, and very innovative structures like that. And when there's so much recognition now that if you're paying for things in stablecoin and you're dealing with currency risks and so on and so forth, this is a market that we have to think about. And for me, it's quite an exciting market because in a way it brings together the financial inclusion world and the world of investment, which is something that's been missing really up until now. So it was just a broader question, and I don't want to sort of distract you from your main business, which is, you know, big ticket investment and so on. But I wonder what you're doing as either the regulator or the exchange to facilitate the emergence of that market, because it's going to be very big.
So a question to both, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
I can start. I don't know how to answer to Mark, but I'll try my best. I think not only because Ethiopia is a latecomer to the space, but I think the pace developments happening in the financial market space, I think what we have to do is leapfrogging, right? So we have to leapfrog. But in terms of technology, from the get-go, as you know, because you are following Ethiopian market very, very closely, so we have incorporated technology as one of the pillars in our regulatory framework development, in our establishment of the capital market in Ethiopia. So as you can see, we have, like, Yodit can talk more about their trading system, we have settlement and other technologies in Ethiopia. But when I see technology, I see 2-3 major areas where the world is doing it and we should do it. The first one is as a tool for financial inclusion, as you rightly mentioned it. So introducing apps, and I'll come to digital stock exchange now being introduced even in the continent and Mauritius and globally. We've been in discussion with many, I know some incorporating other components like Islamic finance into it, and other elements for them to be stable and have reduced impact on investor protection tools, because it has its own component as well. The first one is, of course, financial inclusion. The second one is reporting. We should standardize, even in the climate financing space, standardized reporting systems and platforms to make sure that investors have that disclosure is very important for us. So in this space, we are considering the disclosure platform preparation notes, not only for conventional products, for also green products and others. The third one, what ECMA is trying to do is introducing a sandbox for innovative products. I wouldn't say the policy stand on digital assets, digital exchange, stable coins. I know the National Bank is commissioned a study on that. We'll follow on that because we want to aggregate our resources into exploring this space as regulators, not just as a capital market regulator. So we're working on it. We have that space, but we're trying to test products before we bring them entirely into the market. We have a flexibility to taste such innovative products and then see how and if we have to regulate them, if we decide to regulate them, and how, and to see how the market reacts to them. The broader financial sector, the financial market specific to the capital market, the capacity of service providers, the capacity of other technology providers, if they can shoulder this introductions. But in the agri space, I see a lot of business case for digital assets and digitalizations to be included. I know the ESX is considering some sort of work in that space, but you can add on DLT and other works you're trying to do.
So Mark, we're happy to report we haven't left that space open. I think when we started, even as a project office, the business model and the way the exchange was looked at initially through, even how it's operating now is quite different because we had money market products before we even started with the capital market products. But also, if you look at the business plan, and you did obviously because you invested on us, there is that element of DLT and asset tokenization that the exchange had put in place as a plan, as a product. And we had placed it under alternative markets and alternative investment product side. We're happy to say that we have already launched a support of, I'll try to remember who's supporting that project, but we've done a feasibility study in terms of asset tokenization. We've presented it to our board, obviously. We have different stakeholders who have different ideas of where we should be focusing, as DG has said, in terms of priority. It's like when you're talking about AI now, it's 5 years ago, it was like, what are you talking about? Now, all of us are either using some type of AI tool to actually get on with our life. So I think that's where we are as the exchange. but we have already commissioned some of our tech team to actually deep dive in to really understand the feasibility document that has been delivered by the consultant to us to see how we can actually try to implement it. I know we're very early, but we're an ambitious exchange, so we haven't left that side out of it, but we can have a conversation in terms of the details.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question and thank you for the responses. There was one question in the corner down here and then one here.
I'm remembered by the DG, it's TBI that's actually supporting that project on the DLT.
Thank you. A very impressive discussion, and thank you to FSD for organizing this. My name is Johannes Asafa. I'm a securities lawyer. Specifically, actually, I'm a financial markets lawyer. In terms of climate financing, and one of the most important instrument from debt financing perspective is bonds. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is we still don't have a dedicated enabling act for bond issuance or bond secondary markets. As you know, securities laws are consumer protection laws. They're there to protect and build, investors, but also build confidence, right, trust. Can you update us, maybe Hanna, on the regulatory side, on the development of the law, but for you, it's on the secondary market. Well, once you issue bonds, you have to trade them. They have to be liquid, right? So can you perhaps inform us on this, the latest, or where we are?
In terms of regulatory frameworks, especially on vanilla debt products, we have a regulatory framework on that, actually specific, not specific to date, but it has a specific date section. It is under the Public Offer and Trading Directive, Directive number 1030, 2024. So it has like a dedicated section on date. Actually, it also provides a flexibility for both private debt market and a public debt market. And it provides a lenient kind of regulatory requirement for private placements. As you can see, most of you know, debt products usually are privately placed, privately traded, and mostly are subscribed by institutional investors like pension funds, banks, DFIs, you name it. So we have a clear regulatory framework on that and how to go about that. So you can go look at it. We have it on our website. If you ask me on climate financing, sustainability, and sustainability-linked products, that section covers it as well. But now we're introducing to make sure that we have a more aligned expectations from both the issuers and the investor side of it. We're working on having a sustainability reporting guideline so that it's more specific and more kind of guiding to the issuers where to go and how to kind of see themselves in terms of climate financing. The other very important regulatory framework in climate space, climate finance space is taxonomy. It's like a dictionary whereby you go and check if your projects are actually aligned. So the National Bank is working on it and we have a fund-specific taxonomy working on. So this basically are the major components when we talk about climate finance. And for debt financing, for sure we have actually enough and detailed regulatory frameworks.
My sincere apologies. It was vaguely audible, but I understand it was really about secondary market. That's the word I picked. Johannes, you'd correct me on that. So you're quite right. Obviously, we don't have a very active debt market. I mean, on the short end tail, you have the T-bills that are very predictable. You can see how they're also listed, by the way, for people who don't know that. They're also listed on the exchange for secondary market availability. But like you're right, the liquidity and the market debt in terms of debt instruments, not only in Ethiopia, I think across Africa, a secondary market is not significant, and we have to change that. One thing we just have finalized with the authority is to allow the institutional investors, particularly the dealers, the banks, to actually trade and create liquidity in an OTC market, in a regulated OTC market, where the authority and the central bank would allow the banks to trade, as well as the pension funds, to actually trade among each other to create that secondary market liquidity on the T-bills and the T-bonds. Obviously, we don't have a very active T-bonds now. What you have is what we had, that 5-year mandatory bond that has been purchased. But it also boils back to what I've just mentioned earlier. The pricing is really a key conversation we need to have around that space as well. So we don't really expect a heavy retail participation on the secondary market at the start. That's why we're looking at creating a secondary market, very dedicated OTC type of market, along with the ECMA's approval and the central bank, which we expect by end of March would be up and running for actually trading T-bills among each other to create that liquidity. And also helps in the repo market as well. I don't know if I've answered that question, Johannes. I answered it in a way I heard it. Apologies for that.
It sounds like you did answer that question very well. There was a last question here, and then I think we need to wrap up the panel, but the last question from the audience.
Yeah, I think that at the end the investor will be the private sector, no? So I fully take your recommendation to use the language that may be understood by the private sector, unless we talk our own language in our own bubble. I think I want to challenge you. So supposing I am in the shoes of a private investor, I am an entrepreneur. So before you mentioned that there will be green climate products in the sector you have mentioned. So would you describe to me to make this interesting for me to invest? Either I am not knowledgeable of financing bond, I know only James Bond. So I don't know anything. So I think this is important, no? That we talk with the private sector, they understand the interest, and then, okay, they will use their advisor to analyze the proposal, they will use their consultant to fulfill guideline, taxonomy, etc. But the first contact is important. What can you describe as an example of a products in the three sector, and how would be interesting for me to invest?
Thank you for the question. Would you mind just introducing yourself?
I am Danilo. I'm working for the EU delegation to Ethiopia.
I know as a regulator I have a market development mandate, but I'm not a communications specialist or anything. But, you know, when we talk about, I know James Bond is good, but when we talk about climate financing, of course we have to dissect kind of the topics into what we understand in day-to-day life. Very simple ones. If you take climate adaptability, for example, in Ethiopia, climate change, mitigation, because most people, for example, in Ethiopia are in one way or the other affected by climate change. So through maybe flood, unexpected flood, and we have some droughts that's coming every now and then because of the climate change, and many others. One is to show what we are losing because of climate change. That everybody understands. It's very close to home for all of us, actually. So the first one would be to show how climate change is affecting our society, our community in every corner of the country. So as a country also, we're losing 1 to 1.5% of our GDP every year as a result of climate change impacts to correct those impacts. As an investor, if you are interested into helping these communities, that's the case I would present to you. Not to understand every taxonomy or guideline or process on transactions, or to know what an investment bank is to support you in the process. As an investor or an issuer, I would focus on the impact you would bring if you would be an investor in the climate finance space. That would be my go-to place, but financial awareness is very important. Actually, I was mentioning this earlier to someone. I was listening to Christine Lagarde, the European Central Bank president, on financial literacy, and she was talking about Europe having a financial literacy issue, especially amongst women. I said, what are you even talking about? I mean, so it gave me kind of a headache that if European Central Bank president is talking about financial literacy issue in Europe, I shouldn't sleep maybe more than 2 hours a day. So that amongst investors, not just institutional investors, but private retail investors is also important. Even if debt instruments are typically structured for retail investors, there is always a room, and there should be a room for retail investors to make an impact in such national development plans that affects our day-to-day efforts. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I'd go to impact mostly.
And thank you, DJ Hannah, for showcasing your skills in communication, translation, and everything else. So, thank you.
I think I'll take the market approach to your question, which is investment actually goes to, money flows to where it goes, it gets return, right? And when that return brings into that conversation of what Simon had said about a fight for a livable planet, right? Then having the investor would not have we would not be having a conversation about the investor in that space. So for me, the angle is always, I think there is money as an investor, there is capital that is coming to environmental and social agendas that could be tapped in with aligned with all our public and private agendas in Ethiopia. So the way I see it, for the investor, any investor invests, you could have a social cause, you could have a voluntary cause, but the bottom line is money goes to where there is return. And there is return in investing in this type of products. But to answer your question, there is that element of risk, credibility, right? And we're a nascent market. We're not naive enough to say, that's why we're not going to the retail. We're focusing on the institutional investors. There is that credibility language we have to talk about. There is that return conversation we have to talk about. And there is that element of sustainability that we have to bring in that conversation, that this is not a one-time off, but a very sustainable product. So the way I would translate it to an investor, because I'm not targeting retail investors, and I'm not even looking at investors that are not now looking in this space, I would say there is investment, there is a return in the capital to be invested in green financing by making this planet a livable planet. I don't know if I've brought that down to it's about the money language.
Thank you so much for that. I'm based in Kenya, but after this sort of investor sensitization round here, I would like to learn what the opportunities would be for me, and I'm sure for others also to join the investment opportunity in the Ethiopian capital market. So thank you so much for that. Our time is up, but I just wanted to ask for a closing statement around the question I mentioned, like what would be a top success outcome that you would like to strive for in connection with COP, and maybe what would be a call to action associated with that. We'll start with DG Hannah.
Thank you, Cecil. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I think eventually it's about transaction, as you rightly mentioned it, and it was highlighted in the conversation this morning. But my message to even for future co-participants would be Ethiopia is committed for climate finance, and there is a policy alignment across regulators, across government entities. I think that's very important. Market infrastructures are in place. It is doable and it's possible, and there is commitment. I think that's the most important part. We have that, and with an effort to manage all expectations as well, even if we have done what we can and the best we can in the past 2-3 years, I think we have also a long way to go. It's a nascent market, it's a frontier market. So there should also be a management of expectation in that space. But even so, my call of action would be to work with us, to support us in creating the enabling environment for a transaction to be possible in COP32. But we are very hopeful to have a couple of transactions to happen at COP32 from maybe a couple of sectors in Ethiopia. Thank you, Cecil, for that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And
I think you can clap. I can wait. I think I've learned a lot in terms of and thank you for FSD, in terms of the summit around COP and the magnitude of what it means, really. And I did a lot of digging, I think the last couple of weeks, to really understand the need for this summit in line with bringing specific agendas. And if I have to take one, I think it's creating, and I remember it was Edmund, I don't know if he's left, when he was presenting, oh, he's there. So when he was presenting, I picked up a point around, look, there is that global agenda, but there is a national agenda to be met. And for me, I picked on that, and the call to action would be making sure we showcase that Ethiopia is an investment destination. There are a lot of things that answers the EU, hopefully the EU question as well. The investment destination for green, sustainable climate products, and maybe if we play a minor role, it's good. But as a general, the message that we send throughout the global environment is that we're a destination and we're ready for investment. That would be it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Warm round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Can we give them one more round of applause as they pose for pictures? What a wonderful moderation and such an incredible panel discussion as well, an all-women panel. Let's give them one more big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Now, the next session or presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be one of the most important sessions that we're going to be having today. Thank you so much, ladies. Please be seated. Earlier, before we broke for lunch, I did mention a little bit about what the significance of the next presentation is going to be. And of course, it is one of the most significant presentations that we will see today. The presentation is titled Ethiopia's Climate Finance Landscape Assessment. And to present on this title, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Mr. Matthew Harwards, Senior Program Associate at Climate Policy Initiative. Mr. Matthew focuses on climate finance tracking and innovation across the African continent. His work includes leading climate finance landscape assessments in Ethiopia and South Africa, as well as supporting initiatives aimed at mobilizing climate investment across Africa. Mr. Matthew holds a BSc in Civil Engineering from the University of Cape Town and a Master's in Engineering for Sustainable Development from the University of Cambridge. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to present on Ethiopia's Climate Finance Landscape Assessment, please welcome Mr. Matthew. Welcome, Mr. Matthew. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, after this presentation, we're going to be having a Q&A with Mr. Matthew as well, so make sure you take your notes.
Yes, I'll get it.
Great, I've only got 2 hands and some notes, but good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished colleagues, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the the opportunity to present the findings of the Ethiopia landscape of climate finance. I think also just to acknowledge the great discussion that's been had so far, and we hope that the findings of this study can continue to contribute to the discussion as Ethiopia leads up to COP32 leadership. I think just to start, the analysis I'll be presenting today doesn't evaluate Ethiopia's climate ambition. I think that's been made very clear through today's presentations and discussions, but it rather aims to demonstrate how and where climate finance is flowing, and whether it's flowing at the scale required, and then the structure required to deliver on Ethiopia's climate ambition. So the landscape's really intended to act as a baseline and an evidence base to support coordinated decision making and strengthen coordination. And as part of today's discussion, we would welcome your feedback and your input as we validate our approach and our findings. Just briefly, for those who don't know CPI, anyway, just to explain quickly CPI is an analysis and advisory organization that focuses on climate finance. We help governments, businesses, financial institutions drive economic growth whilst addressing the impacts of climate change. And we generally do work across 4 areas, the first being assess, which relates largely to what I'll be presenting today. So that's tracking finance flows and finance needs. We also work across improvement and effectiveness, so how do we use existing climate finance flows more effectively? Then in scale, so how do we develop new instruments and mechanisms to scale up climate finance in underserved economies? And then finally, bridge, so bringing people together sort of to network and understand the needs and align on the needs of climate finance. So getting into the landscape of climate finance in Ethiopia, $2.36 billion of climate finance flowed into Ethiopia as an annual average over the 2022-23 period. The analysis tracked project-level climate finance commitments from 2019 to 2023, with a particular focus on the biennial average over the 2022 and 2023 years to smoothen out any annual fluctuations. CPI's methodology aims to capture financial flows from both the public and private sector, as indicated by the blue and the orange in the Sankey diagram on the screen, domestic and international sources, and classifies it according to instrument, as you can see in the middle gray line, down to its use across mitigation, adaptation, and dual benefit activities, and finally down to different sectors. Before I go into a little bit more detail around what is presented in the Sankey diagram, it's worth touching on the methodology and the scope. So the analysis includes all identifiable climate-related projects activities at a project level. The flows are based on commitments and not actual disbursements. And we apply CPI's classification framework, which is aligned to international definitions across climate finance uses and is consistent with our global landscape of climate finance framework. The purpose here is comparability and transparency. And furthermore, before I move into the findings, I'd like to highlight a few limitations. So firstly, on time lag. Generally, there's a 2-year time lag across most reporting systems. So in essence, sources of the data utilized for the study are often only accurate 2 years after the reporting date. Secondly, around domestic budgets. Domestic public expenditure is not systematically climate tagged across all sectors, and therefore public domestic budget data was analyzed separately but not incorporated in the overall landscape findings, which were presented in the Sankey diagram. Next, around hard-to-abate sectors. So energy-intensive industries such as mining, heavy transport like shipping, aviation, and supply chain transitions are poorly captured generally, despite their vulnerability to climate risks and their critical role in resilient supply chains. Insurance, so insurance flows are not tracked in this study, as there's no consistent data on insurers' investments or their underwriting contributions to climate finance. And then finally, domestic private finance is very likely undercaptured. I think this is an important caveat for what I'm going to present in terms of the findings, but a more in-depth country-specific landscape analysis would be needed to systematically survey across commercial financial institutions, institutional investors, corporates, households, and other relevant domestic private actors. If anything, the analysis likely underestimates certain domestic efforts around climate finance. So moving into the details around the climate finance flows. So how is climate finance flowing into Ethiopia according to the analysis that we've carried out? So tracked climate finance averaged approximately $2.3 billion in the 2022-23 period, having remained largely stagnant since 2020. Under NDC 3.0, estimated annual climate finance needs over the next 10 years are approximately $10.6 billion. This implies that flows would need to increase approximately fourfold to align with national targets. This frames the central strategic challenge, which I think has been highlighted today, is how to scale in a fiscally constrained environment. Ethiopia's climate finance is dominated by international public actors, and the private capital pool remains untapped. In 2022-23, 98% of tracked climate finance originated from international sources, with public actors committing approximately $2.2 billion annually. This reflects strong international confidence in Ethiopia's climate agenda and an awareness of the development challenges amongst the international community. But it also creates a vulnerability to declining ODA cycles and external fiscal pressures. As such, diversification of climate finance sources should be a huge priority, and unlocking domestic private capital, as we've discussed throughout the day today, is critical. Of public finance, of the public climate finance tracked, should I say, 80% is provided through grants and 14% through concessional debt. This structure is appropriate for a highly vulnerable economy, but grant dependence is unlikely to sustain a fourfold scaling without catalytic use of concessional funds. Multilateral DFIs account for over half of the total public climate finance, and donor government contributions have almost doubled since 2020. A tagging exercise was carried out by our team on domestic budget data received, aligned to the overall methodology that we presented earlier. Our analysis suggests that approximately $274 million of Ethiopia's 2022-23 national domestic budget was allocated to climate-related projects. However, this estimate is very likely partial. Strengthening climate budget tagging and embedding it within execution and reporting systems could be transformational for planning and signaling. Moving into private climate finance. Private climate finance remains modest in Ethiopia, underscoring a substantial opportunity to mobilize untapped pools of private capital. Apologies for that. Private actors contributed approximately $113 million annually, less than 5% of the total climate finance flows into Ethiopia over the reported period. Most of these flows were philanthropic grants or guarantee-enabled finance. Commercial financial institutions played a significantly small role, which reflects macroeconomic risk perceptions, budding capital markets, and some regulatory uncertainty. But more importantly, it presents likely one of the largest structural opportunities for scaling climate finance in Ethiopia. Moving into climate finance use, adaptation accounts for approximately 60% of the total climate finance tracked, or about $1.4 billion. This contrasts with global trends, where mitigation generally dominates. In Ethiopia, adaptation reflects high climate vulnerability, particularly related to drought, hydropower variability, and agricultural exposure. However, adaptation flows meet only about 25% of the estimated annual adaptation needs outlined in NDC 3. And 92% of adaptation finance is grant-based. Scaling adaptation sustainably may require more blended and catalytic structures over time to crowd in domestic and international private capital and reduce reliance on highly concessional and donor funds. Taking a slightly deeper dive into adaptation, adaptation finance in Ethiopia prioritizes cross-sectoral initiatives. Disaster risk management, resilience building, and policy support feature prominently in tracked climate finance flows. This reflects Ethiopia's climate resilient and green economy integrated vision. However, cross-sectoral investments require strong coordination and financial management systems. The agriculture, forestry, other land use, and fisheries sector received 37% of total adaptation finance. This reflects its central role in livelihoods and the economic stability in the country. The majority of FLU adaptation finance flowed towards sustainable crops, agroforestry, and livestock production. 83% of FLU adaptation finance originates from international public sources and 14% from international private sources. There's therefore significant opportunity to deepen domestic private sector engagement, particularly through aggregation, technical assistance, and bankable agricultural pipelines. Moving into mitigation finance. Mitigation finance currently averages approximately $500 million annually. This meets less than 10% of the estimated $6.6 billion annual mitigation requirement according to NDC 3. Energy systems receive the highest portion of flows, followed by cross-sectoral initiatives, and most of the flows originated through grants, concessional debt, or guarantee-enabled finance. Apologies. The mitigation finance gap is particularly significant given Ethiopia's long-term growth trajectory and development ambition. Taking a deeper dive into mitigation, as I mentioned, energy systems received the largest share of climate finance flows over the 2022-2023 period. Ethiopia's electricity mix is one of the greenest in Africa, dominated by hydropower. But hydropower dependence can also create climate vulnerability. Solar, wind, mini-grids, and clean cooking represent significant opportunities for investment. Given that Ethiopia's current electricity access sits at around 55%, decentralized systems present an opportunity for several benefits across mitigation, adaptation, and system resilience and strengthening. As is the trend for climate finance flows, most mitigation finance remains highly concessional and public. The question is how to crowd in commercial capital into non-hydro renewables, decentralization, and industrial decarbonization. Cross-sectoral mitigation investments also feature prominently and account for approximately 16% of total mitigation finance flows. These are largely grant-supported and capacity-focused. They reflect important system-building efforts, but mitigation scale will require larger ticket capital investments. Finally, moving into dual benefit finance. Nearly 1/5 of the climate finance tract targets dual benefit finance. These investments link adaptation, mitigation, and development outcomes, and similar to cross-sectoral initiatives, reflect the CRGE's integrated vision. However, they require clear accountability and coordination to ensure impact, which is difficult in practice if not well governed and structures are not yet in place. So what does all of this mean? We do not see a lack of ambition, but rather an opportunity to put the correct mechanisms and structures in place that aid mobilization and development. I'll now be touching on a few opportunities and recommendations that we've pulled from the findings of both the analysis of the data and also the interviews that were conducted as part of the analysis. The first opportunity is around strengthening climate finance governance to accelerate delivery and investment readiness. One of the clearest findings from both the data and the stakeholder interviews is that Ethiopia does not lack climate ambition. The challenge lies in translating ambition into structured, bankable, and sequenced investment pipelines. Currently, climate finance planning, budgeting, and execution are spread across multiple institutions. This has the potential to create fragmentation. So the opportunity is not to create new structures, but rather to strengthen alignment across existing ones. In practical terms, this means formalizing climate finance coordination across planning, budgeting, and execution under the CRGE framework with clear mandates and decision rights. Next, a country platform concept can be operationalized as Ethiopia's central investment coordination mechanism. Again, this does not require reinventing CRGE. It means using these existing structures as an anchor to screen and prioritize NDC-aligned projects, coordinate technical assistance, and structure blended finance transactions. The next opportunity sits around building institutional and subnational capacity to convert policy ambition into implementable pipelines. A recurring theme across the interviews was that finance does not flow without bankable projects. Many ministries have strong policy frameworks, but limited capacity for feasibility studies, financial structuring, safeguards, and risk allocation design. These technical capabilities require strengthening. This is needed at the regional and local level too, where implementation capacity, particularly across sectors such as agriculture, water, resilience infrastructure, and distributed energy, are critical. Providing standardized templates, technical support tools, and clear reporting guidance aligned to national priorities can significantly accelerate project preparation and execution. Development partners can play a critical catalytic role here by shifting some of the support towards upstream project preparation and transaction structuring rather than only downstream implementation support. Next is around strengthening climate finance tracking, transparency, and data credibility. Climate budget tagging has begun, which is an important step forward. But to fully unlock its value, tagging must be integrated into budget execution and reporting systems. This allows reconciliation between allocation and actual expenditure, and it strengthens accountability and credibility with development partners and private investors. Climate budget tagging data can be used strategically for prioritization and NDC investment planning. It can inform which sectors are underfunded, where co-financing gaps exist, and where concessional resources can be deployed most effectively. Next, we move to leveraging limited public funds to crowd in private capital. Ethiopia's fiscal environment is constrained, and global ODA flows are tightening. Under these conditions, concessional finance must increasingly play a catalytic role rather than a purely programmatic one. This means shifting away from grant-funded projects towards structures that crowd in larger pools of private capital. Some examples might include guarantees in first-class capital that mobilize commercial lending in renewable energy or agriculture, debt for climate or debt for nature swaps that can align fiscal sustainability with climate investment, national vehicles such as CRGE facility and the Green Legacy Fund that can aggregate projects and deploy risk-sharing mechanisms that attract private co-financing, and blended finance structures that can de-risk early-stage industrial decarbonization investments. The next opportunity is around unlocking private and domestic institutional capital through enabling frameworks and markets. Domestic institutional investors, including pension funds and banks, represent long-term local currency capital that could play a transformative role in climate finance. But unlocking this capital requires regulatory clarity and enabling frameworks. A lot of what was discussed just now in the previous session. Operationalizing legal frameworks for carbon markets, green bonds, and climate-aligned instruments reduces uncertainty and signals credibility. There's an opportunity to develop green bond guidance and supporting early issuance through the Ethiopian Securities Exchange, which would create demonstration effects. Integrating climate risk into banking supervision can gradually align credit allocation and climate objectives, and local currency finance is particularly important for distributed energy, water systems, and industrial investments. Finally, expanding climate finance into industry and other underfinanced mitigation sectors. Expanding climate finance into underfunded sectors, particularly industry and hard-to-abate sectors such as cement production, buildings and urban development, and infrastructure will be critical for shaping Ethiopia's long-term emissions trajectory. Industrial decarbonization is becoming a competitive advantage and a necessity in a business world of emerging carbon border adjustments and supply chain standards. Developing costed pipelines for energy efficiency, fuel switching, and electrification can now position Ethiopia advantageously for its development ambition and for future export markets. That concludes the presentation. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to take any questions and have bilateral discussions for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Please be seated. And I will be moderating the Q&A. So I will be giving opportunities for those of you who do have questions on the presentation. I'll start from there. And we have a question all the way back there as well, and also here as well. Would you like to assist?
Hi, Matt. Thank you very much. My name is Nina Hissen. I work for the British Embassy, and I'm really delighted to see this updated report. It's really good to have this data. Actually, I use it a lot myself in my work. I was wondering, particularly on the domestic finance, I recognize that there is a data delay or a time lag of the data, but did you, by any chance, consider the Green Legacy initiative or the fund, the special fund that sits behind that within the domestic finance? Thanks.
Thanks, Nina. Yeah, so in terms of domestic budget data that we used, the only piece of domestic budget data that we used that was from Ethiopia, from some of the stakeholders, was the domestic budget for the 2015-2016 Ethiopia year, so the 2022-2023 year, and we analyzed that using a climate budget tagging exercise aligned to the methodology that we have internally. So I would need to check our data around whether the Green Legacy Fund value sits within the domestic portion of the funds that are shown in the Sankey diagram. I can't confirm that, but what I can say is that we didn't necessarily sort of, as an individual independent data source, analyze that fund. It may well sit within some of the data sources that we use, or be incorporated in the overall data set through the DFI surveys that we do and other sort of data collection processes that we take. But that is something I can check and then I can get back to you on.
Thank you very much. We do have a question right around there, in the middle. ቆንጅት ስትመለሽ እዚህ ጋር ትሰጪልኝ። እሺ እዚህ ጋር ታን ኮት የለበሱት
ያው እኔም ኮት ለብሻለሁ ብላ ነው መሰለኝ።
እሺ
Thank you so much. My name is Marta. Congratulations.
ትንሽ ድምጽ ከፍ እንዲያደርጉልን ማይኩንም ተጋር
on the tracking work, of course, but I fully appreciate because I also track finances and I know what goes into that. I am afraid that it can be an overestimation. It can be an overestimation because you considered commitments and not disbursements. Okay? There are studies that show you that, especially in the climate finance, since the regulation is not as stringent, for instance, as OECD, because for OECD, for instance, for ODA, you have to lock the money before you commit, okay? But for climate, it's not the same. So some of them that are committed can even take more than 10 years if they are delivered at all. So we need to take care of that, okay? So, I mean, you've indicated that has a limitation, so that should be okay. The other thing is, if I did not miss here, you said it is up to 2023, yeah? I mean, it's okay as need to know basis, but the watershed is December 2024, and of course, January 2025, for all the reasons that we know. I mean, you have USAID that had huge climate projects in Africa. You have so many donors, except Denmark, I understand, that have cut their ODA, their commitments, for instance, or whatever they were planning. So it will really be interesting to understand if this is not final, because if you say 2 years lag, it means that you are depending on OECD DAC, yeah? Maybe to consider IATI, that will have, say, up to December 2024. No, I mean, by April, you will have even the first quarter, if I'm not mistaken, for 2026. Or wait until June to update it. Because it will really be interesting, yeah? This is like pre-COVID and after COVID kind of analysis, you know, before Trump and after Trump, or all these issues that we're seeing with the landscape. I also say it can be an overestimation because I suspect you are looking at the whole value of a project instead of the climate component of a project, okay? So that is another problem that we see. For instance, in Kenya, there is this shipment container project, development of shipment container project by Japan in Kenya, and they are reporting it as climate finance, yeah? And they're not showing you the component, the climate component of it. The other reason, and maybe the last reason, I suspect this is not the last reason, but the last but one reason is, okay, now it's escaping me. Okay, whatever, I'll come back to it. I'm suspecting that you are looking at all climate reported rather than only the principal, if I'm not wrong. The principal, if you consider the principal, and I quote that because you're talking about, certain projects in hard to abate. So you must have gone to significant, the ones that we call significant. That can be an overestimation again. And finally, how I knew it can be an overestimation is when you were reporting for our budget, on average, because I tracked the 3 years fiscal year, 2022 up to 2024, until last year, the average budget allocation for Ethiopia directly to climate is 2.8%. Of course, this is debatable because there is no common definition for climate, So it depends on our feelings, whether we like it or not, your feelings, my feelings, But I think it can be like 2.8 if you consider only principal. So maybe you can have that disclaimer.
Can we keep the questions a bit shorter, Miss?
I'm trying to give you feedback on the paper so that it can enrich it.
But let's keep it short.
Sure. Okay. So let me not go into the technical issues, but let me just, because when you talk about climate issues, climate financing, it's not just technical. You need to bring in the political economy aspect of it. Yeah? It is not technical. It is made deliberately technical, but it is not. So the question is it really about inadequacy of finance? Is it really? I mean, there is money for war, there is money for genocide, so is it really about adequacy? So that is one issue that we may need to touch. The other is the quality, the modality, In 2022, for instance, 57% of ODA for climate, for LDCs, for their climate adaptation was in the form of loans, for instance. So these are things that you need to touch on. You need to touch on, is there really not enough money when there is illicit financial flows from this continent? What goes out of this continent is more than what is coming in. So how do you ensure, because you have recommendations and opportunities, that is something that, how do you work with governments to stop this? How do you work on the tax convention that is happening? It is maybe something that is not touched in most of these types of meetings is the historical responsibilities. We have the UK here, for instance, the historical responsibilities of the global north, where we have established direct causality, not even correlation, direct causality between historical emissions and GDP growth. So some of this political economy aspect of it, if you are really documenting climate finance for Africa or Ethiopia, must come out so that they are all whole-rounded. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, እዛው ለሷ ስጭልኝና ወደዚህ እንመጣለን።
All right, thank you so much. My name is Hallelujah Salamon. So I just have a quick question. So thank you for the brief and rich discussions or the presentation that you had. So my question is, how do you ensure this climate funds or this financials are going to the grassroots, right? I know this is being talked about government levels and then having disbursement in different sectors like the culture, energy, and so on. But how do we ensure that this is being delivered at the grassroots level? Let's say particularly women, youth, farmers, and who are on the front line of climate change. So how do we ensure, how do you work with CSOs? Because we know that the little organizations or the CSOs are the one that really dips down in this kind of work. So how do you ensure, how do you measure, or how do you give priorities? So thank you, that is it.
Thank you very much. Let's answer some of the things that have been mentioned, and then we'll go to the next question.
No, thank you. I'll go through the questions as they were asked, and some really great points raised. And I think I'm going to first touch on the commitments versus disbursements question, and that's 100% right. And I think it's a point well taken. But I think the study outlines climate finance flows in terms of commitments, not disbursements. And disbursements data is generally difficult to get a hold of. It's generally not accurate. And as you mentioned, it does have time lags. So the report doesn't aim to sort of claim that it's highlighting disbursements, but it certainly tracks commitments. And as part of our methodology and approach at CPI, we certainly find that commitments are the best source of data comprehensively across OECD. We use various other databases in addition to OECD. We also publish, and I think this goes to the other question around, time lag. So we use several data sources. Of course, the OECD database is really useful. It provides a really comprehensive overview from the commitments from OECD countries, and as you say, it sort of only records them once those commitments are sort of put in place and sort of concrete. But we also supplement that data with various other data sources. So we use data sources, some Africa-focused data sources, some that focus on sort of SMEs and venture capital. We use the Gogler database if we feel it's appropriate for the specific geography that we're looking at. So that focuses on obviously small-scale, decentralized renewable energy systems and so on. We also, every year, put out a DFI survey, so we actually collect data from DFIs to complement those already existing databases. So we try to produce a comprehensive database of climate finance commitment information, and then we use that and analyze that data to try and understand how it's flowing at the national level. And I think this is also an important point to, I think, touch on the methodology that CPI has developed over a long time, and I think important for us to say as CPI that this is a methodology that continues to improve and we continue to develop. I can't go into the full details of the methodology because it's very detailed and very comprehensive, but what I can assure is that it's a very rigorous approach to, again, the point mentioned around how do we understand of a total climate finance commitment, what portion of that commitment is climate finance. So we do consider that in the study. And in the methodology document, it goes into detail around how that process is done. So in the back end, analyzing those data engineering teams, data science teams, apply those methodological factors or approaches to try and understand of a hydropower project, for example, what portion, according to the taxonomy that we've developed around classifying climate finance flows, can be regarded as climate finance, because as part of the methodology, we can't consider the entire sum all to be climate finance. So that is incorporated in the methodology, and I'm very happy that methodology document will be shared along with the report when it's published at the end of March. And the global landscape of climate finance methodology document is available online, and it really goes into detail around a lot of the points that were raised, and I think they're really great points. And I think also just to add that the methodology and the taxonomy is an ongoing development, and it's something that CPI continues to develop as we generate findings and sort of receive feedback just like this. I think going into the time lag, so I think it's also a really great point, and it is something that's come up in discussions with local stakeholders as well around why we're reporting only up to 2023. And because we started this study in 2025, that was the data that we collected. So we collected data up to 2023, and that is just regarded as the most accurate and up-to-date data. What we have found in various studies is that data collected less than 2 years actually tends to change. So sometimes there can be a discrepancy between what's reported in, say, a CPI publication or a landscape publication, and then what a data source says online. And we found that 2-year lag sort of prevents that discrepancy between data sources reported coming about. So I think that's, a few of the questions. I'm just going through them. The point around political economy, I think also well taken. I don't think I'm going to, I think to highlight what the landscape of climate finance in Ethiopia really is about is really purely around tracking climate finance flows. So it doesn't sort of appraise policy, it doesn't apply any sort of macroeconomic analysis, but it purely makes use of the methodology, applies it to the Ethiopia context, and tries to understand where and how climate finance is flowing, what sectors and so on, and then from that, enriched with information that we gather from stakeholder engagement, we try to develop some of the insights and findings, so the so what of all the numbers and the discussions that we have with stakeholders. But the feedback is very well noted. Going on to the other question was around how do we ensure that funds are making its way to the grassroots level, if I heard correctly. I just want to confirm that that was the question. I think that's a really great question and a really important consideration, I think, for climate finance generally. Our data doesn't allow an understanding of that, so we don't necessarily develop an understanding of which organizations are actually implementing the project. So we go down to the project in the sector level or the subsector level, but the information that the information that's in the data that we use, you might be able to extract or extrapolate from, say, a description of the project, whether it's landing in the hands of grassroots organizations or CSOs to implement that project, but it's not something we report on because it's generally not something that's required in the project description or project name, and so we don't actually have that data to understand whether it's landing at the grassroots level. But I think a really important consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Skadar from EcoJustice Ethiopia. Matthew, thank you for the data presentation. As someone tracking these flows, I'm sure your work has been made difficult by the fact that under the UNFCCC process, after 30 years of negotiation, we still do not have an agreed upon definition for climate finance. So I was wondering, in your earlier assessment of the finance that has flown into Ethiopia, you stated 80% grant-based finance has been received. Of this 80%, what percentage was actually new and additional money? And what amount or percentage was actually traditional ODA relabeled as climate finance? And going into COP32, or in terms of preparing for COP32, don't you agree that without a fixed definition, COP32, COP31, this summit risks becoming a creative accounting exercise, rather than actually attaining the tangible and correct data? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? We will take one or two more questions. If there's anybody else who would like to raise a question. All right. Then this is going to be our final. Okay, we do have another one. Let's go ahead and answer this question, and then we'll get to the final one.
Yeah, great. I think it's a really good question. So I just want to play it back just to make sure. I'm struggling to hear through the mic, but was your question essentially what portion of climate finance flows could potentially have been traditional ODA flows tagged as climate investments? So yeah, that's a good question, and I think again I turn to our methodology where we try to avoid against that. So we use UNFCCC definitions for mitigation, adaptation, and dual benefit, and so our climate finance only relates to projects or portion of projects that are contributing directly to mitigation, adaptation, or dual benefit as defined by the UNFCCC definitions of those three uses of we call them uses of climate finance. So the methodology does try to prevent against sort of mixing up traditional ODA flows with climate finance flows. I think what's interesting to note, and actually in anticipation of questions and preparing for this discussion, there was a piece around cross-sectoral investments. As you would have seen, it features quite prominently across both adaptation and mitigation. And generally that's sort of investments that span several sectors. And I think the point there was that there are some cross-sectoral investments that could, essentially they're classified as cross-sectoral investments because in some cases there would be, it's the climate finance portion of what would be considered traditional ODA investments. So I hope that answers your question, but essentially by using the UNFCCC definitions for mitigation, adaptation, and dual benefit finance, and then identifying which projects in their entirety or portions of particular projects are going towards only those uses as defined under those definitions would then be considered in our landscape analysis and in the data set.
Thank you. And for our final question, sir, the mic is right next to you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if it is a question, but this is a very commendable work, because also for us, for the EU, it's very important to have this kind of information. I understand the recommendation is something that need to be digested. I mean, to know who is doing what and by when, in which way, etc., is a very important reference. At the end, climate finance exists because mostly the Paris Agreement. So we need to take always in mind that through climate finance is not to finance something development. Climate finance is to demonstrate that the commitment of the Paris Agreement are fulfilled, and then also we have to measure that the climate is not worsening and the disasters are reducing, and the community are getting more resilient. So, and better off, not only resilient, but better off also. So this is, we have always to keep in mind, sometimes we forgot, it's not just a matter to a flow of money tagged in different sectors, but it's a matter of having a very transparent system that allows us to measure how the climate finance can contribute to reduce emission, even in a country like Ethiopia, which is not emitter. So, but in Ethiopia, it's very important how this was already said, how this climate finance helps to make a community resilient, and how they benefit from this climate finance, because at the end, adaptation takes place on the ground, because the climate is in the nature, is not in the offices. So I think this is very important, and sometimes we have not this kind of perception. As a matter of fact, climate finance can only flow if conditions are met. And we cannot only base everything on the voluntary market, etc., because the national commitment are what matters for the Paris Agreement. So this is what I want to say. It's not maybe a question.
Thank you very much. Matthew, any reflections?
Yeah, no, I suppose it's less of a question and I suppose a comment. Yeah, and definitely agree. I think, what portion of climate finance flows are traditional financing. I think that relates to the previous question. And again, obviously, our study uses data that's available and information that's available to collect data, but it obviously has limitations. But like I said, we try our best to ensure that what we track are climate finance commitments. So not, general development contributions, but actual climate finance commitments. And then completely agree that, and I think it relates to the previous question around CSOs. So, how do you know whether climate finance is reaching those communities? And I think it's an important question. Again, whether this data is able to answer that question, I'm not sure. But I think a very important consideration, and I think something that often comes up in discussions around things like carbon markets and others, and carbon projects and so on. And then I think your final comment was around, climate finance can only flow, if conditions are met, aligned to the Paris Agreement, and under the condition that they're going to contribute to either mitigation or adaptation efforts or dual benefit efforts. And I think one reflection there is, firstly, related to our recommendation and what we've seen through, various landscape pieces of work that the CPI has done, and also through this analysis, is that climate budget tagging in domestic budgets is critically important to understand what portion of domestic budgets are going to climate-related projects and climate initiatives. But then on the other end the MRV systems to actually be able to report on the climate impact. So on one end, you're understanding what portion of domestic budgets are flowing to climate, but on the other end, how effective are those funds in actually delivering against the intended impact across mitigation, adaptation, dual benefit. And I think that effectiveness question more broadly around climate finance is really important. You can track how much climate finance is flowing into a subnational or national region, but how effective how effective are those flows in actually delivering against what they say they're intended to deliver against? So I think that's just my reflection on that point.
Thank you very much. Can we give a big round of applause for Matthew? Thank you so much. You presented wonderfully on the climate finance landscape assessment for Ethiopia. Thank you so much. As mentioned earlier, this assessment took nearly a year to complete, and you presented wonderfully. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for all of your reflections and questions as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of today's event. And now it is my honor to invite to the stage Mr. Admasu Taddese, Group President and Managing Director of the Trade and Development Bank and Chairperson of the FSD Ethiopia Board, to deliver the closing remarks. Please welcome Mr. Admasu with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed the time when we close the curtain for the day. My job is to just give a few remarks and some thanks as well. I just thought I would say a few words about how enriching and informative today has been. We had a fascinating morning to begin with, just to ensure that we all understand what COP32 means, not just for the organizer and the host country, but for Africa and the international community as a whole. Fantastic presentations from some very interesting experts, including, of course, the presenters who put across Ethiopia's own perspective around how it's preparing to roll out its preparations. But of course, we understood today that the successful organization, the events, the logistics, of course, is important, but what's really at stake is the content of what's going to come out of COP32. And we also heard about the importance of getting everybody to start moving from reflecting on rules and frameworks to implementation. And in that context, we also heard a lot about evolution. And we have to start thinking about multiple ways of mobilizing resources, not just looking at public pots, but very much looking for innovative ways of crowding in private finance. Of course, this is not a new topic, but it's been a little bit of a holy grail in the sense that we talk a lot about it, we envision it a lot, but it doesn't always come through a whole lot. In the last session, we had a very interesting take on the landscape of climate finance in Ethiopia, and we had some interesting debates on definitions, and that actually comes back to the issue of how difficult it is sometimes to track the resources. And as important as it is to track resources, we know that sometimes if you have the ballpark that gives you confidence that there's adequate resources flowing, it's not such a bad thing. But again, coming back to the key focus of the COP32, it's going to be around not talking the talk, it's walking the talk. It was a very interesting phrase from the African Union Commission speaker who said a phrase that captivated the House this morning. He said, "Let there be transactions." Let there be transactions is about opening up the floodgates, because without transactions, there's no funds that flow. In that context, lots of references throughout the day to bankability and ensuring that we're organized and able to build the confidence, the right structures going, get the feasibilities in place so that some of this funding out there can actually flow. And so there we took stock of the importance of ensuring that we're prepared upstream. Upstream means project preparation and all that goes into bankability. But of course, sector planning and national contributions in terms of national level planning is also very important. Of course, we know that for Africa, for the developing world as a whole, there's always been a lot of expectation to have the fair and just transition be practical. I, in addition to representing FSD Ethiopia, happen to also lead the Trade and Development Bank Group, which operates in about 27 African countries. And we'll be supporting Kenya and hosting another big summit coming up in a couple of months. It's the Clean Cooking Summit, which will be held in Nairobi for the continent. And in that particular summit, we'll be talking a lot about clean cooking fuels and solutions in that regard. And natural gas will be a big topic. We actually host one of the biggest facilities in this part of Africa to support solutions around clean cooking. But of course, as much as we're focused on that side of the transition, I know that some of our countries like Mozambique, Tanzania, and now Namibia will be also looking for this COP to ensure that there is space, policy space, to allow funding also to flow to natural gas projects, of which there's very significant projects on the cards. And we saw, I think I should just backtrack and say, as much as we're all disappointed that the world is not as united as it is these days, as it was maybe when the Paris Agreement was signed, there is a little bit of positivity in the sense that in January, a $5 billion approval from US Exim was released to support Mozambique's natural gas project. So as much as we are all a little bit disappointed with some aspects of commitment at a global level, there are some bright spots despite all of this noise, all of this disappointment. And I just thought maybe at COP32, maybe we should also say, let's try to just grab what we can in this complex world that we live in. TDB Group, of course, is going to be active here together with FSD and all the international partners in the lead up to COP32. We had to recuse ourselves this morning, this late morning, because we had some meetings with the host government around some specific vehicles that we want to promote around COP32. We have a green housing fund that's very far advanced. We've launched it with a first $100 million. We want to take that up. We have an e-mobility fund on the cards as well. We see Ethiopia is very fastly embracing EVs. We know that infrastructure for charging those EVs is lagging behind in a big way. And so there's a lot to be done both here and in Kenya and Egypt and all sorts of countries that are moving very quickly. So an e-mobility fund is one of the SPVs that we think will be very interesting. And we're hoping that also the FSD community will find. I am the non-executive chairman, so I am now talking to Hikmet and to Mark Napier in his absence to say maybe we should think of ways to jointly put some wind behind the sails of these SPVs, because that's going to be the lasting legacy we're going to have for the region from COP32. A successful event is critical. That's going to ensure that everybody's in the right frame of mind and not negative and not unhappy from a bad experience. But all said and done, in the end, we need to make sure we have some very interesting things to take away from this summit. So we have some exciting ideas, and of course, some of you in the room we've already been talking to. We look forward to exploring options to really help attract some of this climate finance globally that's not been coming to Africa in a significant way. It's a sore point at every COP. We're hoping that at this COP it might not be so sore. On this note, I just would like to wish the Ethiopian government all our best as they do the needful to ensure that the logistics and the organization goes well. We know it's not the most important thing in the COP32, but it's a very important thing, because if people don't have a good experience, people will not be in the right mind to make the concessions or to go deep into their pocket and make the allocations that we'd like to see them make during that summit. So on this note, I'd like to once again, on behalf of FSD Ethiopia, give a vote of thanks to all who've made today successful. The organization and the co-sponsorship has involved the UK's International Development Arm, FCDO. Thank you very much. We have some colleagues who are on the board of FSD Ethiopia, Sudan. Good to see you here. Thank you, the United Kingdom, for being a strong partner to Ethiopia in this climate journey. And of course, a great deal of appreciation to all the speakers who took out time to prepare, structure their thoughts, and share their thoughts with us today. We had the Ministry of Planning and Development, we had the African Union Commission, we had FSD Africa, a close cousin of FSD Ethiopia. We had the Climate Policy Initiative, very interesting landscape that you refreshed us on, the case of Ethiopia. Many of us were really marveling at the excellent work that the Boston Consulting Group did with the very interesting presentations that they put up, which was really helpful to enable us to digest all the different dimensions and the key aspects. And of course, all the other speakers and moderators who played an important role today. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep in mind it's all about action this time round. So in the weeks and months ahead, as we all interact and help Ethiopia pull off a successful COP32 in the name of not just Ethiopia, in the name of Africa, let us all give as much support to the process as we can. On that note, we thank you all very much for today's participation and for your contributions ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Admasu, and of course that we conclude today's summit. But before you go, I would like to ask all of you to come on the stage so we can take a group picture. So in the meantime, we do have a QR code. We hope that you've been very satisfied with our event today. We would like to hear from you. So on this QR code, once you scan it, you're going to be seeing a form, a feedback form. So scan it and then fill your feedback. Let us know how you feel, what your experience was overall in this summit, in this event. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Let's keep scanning the QR code and also come join us on stage so we can take a group picture. Everyone, ማንም እንዲቀር ስለማንፈልግ ሁላችሁም ወደዚህ ወደ መድረክ እንድትመጡና የግሩፕ ፎቶ እንድንነሳ እንጠይቃችኋለን። In the meantime, እዚህ ስክሪን ላይ የምትመለከቱት QR ኮድ የዛሬው ፕሮግራም ምን ይመስል ነበረ፣ እንዴት አያችሁት፣ ለሚቀጥለው ምን ይሻሻል፣ ምን ይጨመር የሚለውን ጥያቄዎች ያካተተ ፊድባክ ፎርም ስለሆነ ፎርሙን እንድትሞሉልን በአክብሮት እንጠይቃለን። ምናልባት ሬጅስተር ያላደረጋችሁ እንግዶቻችን ካላችሁ ደግሞ ወደ በኋላ የሬጅስትሬሽን QR ኮዱን ደግሞ ዲስፕሌይ የምናደርግ ይሆናል ማለት ነው። Keep scanning the QR code and of course come join us on stage for the group picture. Some people are a bit shy, I believe. እዛ ጀርባ አካባቢ ትታዩኛላችሁ. Come on. Come on, come join us. Yeah, half of us can be on the stage actually. መድረክ ላይ በደንብ ቦታ አለ፣ እዛ ጥግ ላይም ቦታ አለ። ምናልባት እንደኔ ደግሞ አጠር ያለው ከፊትም መሆን እንችላለን። እዛ አካባቢ የቀራችሁ ሰዎች ወደዚህ እንድትመጡ ጠይቃችኋለሁ። ወደዛ ወደ መጨረሻም ladies, we'll chit chat later. Please come join us for the group picture. We do have a networking coffee after this, so make sure you take your time for the networking. But for now, please come join us for the group picture. We do not want to miss anybody, so dub yalachu is. እሺ ሁላችንም ገብተናል። ፎቶግራፈር Okay, everyone smile. Smile everyone. Thank you so much. Make sure you have the QR code for the feedback form. And make sure you let us know your feedback for today's events. Thank you. Thank you all so much once again. Scan the QR code on the screen so you can access the feedback form and let us know your feedback on today's summit. And of course, we will see you on the next one. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have to mention that we do have coffee and tea prepared, so you can keep the conversations going while enjoying a cup of coffee and enjoying some snacks.